traveling in a Friday combi on a hippie trail, head full of zombies. I met a strange lady, she made me nervous. She took me in and gave me breakfast. She said, do you come from a land down under? Women glow and men plunder. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover. Buying bread from a man in Brussels. He was 6'4" and full of muscle. I said, do you speak my language, brother? He just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich. And he said, I come from a land down under, where beers flow and men they chunder. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover. Lying in a den in Bombay with a slack jaw, not a lot to say. I said to the man, are you trying to tempt me? Because I come from the land of plenty. He said, oh, do you come from a land down under?
About 250, a million years ago, this great big gruesome creature began to grow and grow.
Not a lot to say. I said to the man, are you trying to tempt me? Because I come from the land of plenty. He said, oh, do you come from a land down under? Oh yeah, yeah. Women glow and men plunder. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover, 'cause we are living in a land down under. Oh yeah. Well, women glow, men they plunder. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, 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 you better run. Living in the land down under. Women glow and men plunder. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover, 'cause we are living in the land down under. Women glow and men plunder. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, yo, yo, yo. Better take cover. Thank you very much. Hello. Without a doubt, you came here today to learn about the most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet, the dinosaurs. But today, in contrast to those magnificent beasts, the creature we will be examining is admittedly less impressive, even puny in stature at less than 2 meters tall. It is a paleontologist. Normally, it is elusive, but now, using the latest in streaming technology, we can see for ourselves. Shall we?
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Feeding almost entirely on plants, it has no sharp claws or fearsome teeth.
There you go.
Being so preoccupied with the study of ancient life, the fossil scientist seems to exist only to dig up, examine, and discuss fossils.
The same dinosaur.
Although many of his kind are shy and reclusive, ours here has learned to communicate over vast distances, broadcasting his strange sounds far and wide.
Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is indeed true in human face bone, birds are dinosaurs.
His bizarre display is fascinating to watch. Creatures like this are quite rare, requiring very specific conditions to survive.
Thanks for the hydrate. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Pretty cool, right?
So that it does not die out like the fossil organisms which it studies, we must work to protect this rare and curious creature from extinction.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. And Vainglory TX, thank you so much for those 3 gift subs there. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you for that, Vainglory. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Thank you for your generosity. There's 3 chatters, I'm sure, overjoyed. They won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days, thanks to you. So thank you for that. Holy cow. Everybody else, welcome to Paleontologizing, especially if it happens to be your first time here, which I suspect it is for some of you. Let me introduce myself real quick, and let's make sure that the audio is okay too, because I've got a new capture card today, and sometimes that messes with audio stuff. So let me know if we're good here. Audio's good? All right. Thank you, MayBC. And for anybody who's new, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. That's me. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on, and what I dig up during the summers. This past summer, we were lucky enough to be able to broadcast live from the field, kind of walking our Twitch audience through the excavation process. And that was some tremendous science outreach. So glad that I was able to do that. Check out the YouTube page if you want to see those videos there. But for today, it happens to be Australia Day. I'm not from Australia. I've never been to Australia. But I know a thing or two about Australian dinosaurs, and that's what we're going to be talking about today, along with the geological history of Australia, the creatures that dinosaurs lived alongside, why the fossil record of Australia is so important. So, happy Australia Day to one and all. I know we've got a number of Australian viewers here and chatters. This is for you. And I know Australia Day is January 26th. It's still the 25th here, of course, because I am one day behind in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. But this works out pretty well. So we can do Australia Day on Australia Day for Australians. If that makes sense. Because it's already the 26th where you are. So yeah. Happy Oz Day to you too, Rosand. Yeah. Oi, lol. How are you doing, Janine? Welcome back. I'm kind of taking it on faith that Australia Day is a net positive thing and has not been, like, claimed by crazy reactionaries or anything like that. It's not like some sort of right-wing fascist thing. I'm assuming it's not that. I'm assuming Australia Day is cool. That's why we're doing this. And it's a wonderful excuse to talk about Australian dinosaurs. So, yeah. And Dinosaur Dave says, can you say hello to... Is it Ela and Abby? Ela and Abby? Who like T-Rex and Triceratops, respectively. Ooh. I have dug up both of those dinosaurs. Ela and Abby. Am I saying your names correctly? Please correct me if I'm not. But I'm so glad you're watching. You've got a pretty cool uncle, I hear. Dinosaur Dave, these are your niece and nephew, right? Ella. Oh, okay, gotcha. Ella and Abby. Well, I'm sorry, Ella. I said your name wrong. Well, Ella, I'm Danny. It's good to meet you. Abby, it's good to meet you too. Abby? Abby? Let me know. But yeah, T-Rex and Triceratops are two of the dinosaurs that we know the most about. They're two of the dinosaurs that we have the most skeletons of. And in paleontology, having a bunch of different skeletons lets you learn more about a particular dinosaur. And so, I'd say objectively, Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops are two of the very coolest dinosaurs. Because we can do some of the most science on them, which is super, super cool. Anyway, I've dug up both of those kinds of dinosaurs in Montana, back when I used to live there, here in the United States. So yeah, Abby, okay. Ella and Abby. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for correcting me. It's great to have you here. And if you've got any more questions, let the Dinosaur Dave know so he can tell me, and I can answer your questions. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Happy Australia Day. They're eating lolly snakes and laughing. Excellent. I don't know what a
in an unsuspecting world.
Uh-oh.
Living creatures from the dawn of time.
Octavius
What havoc
King.
will they wreak? What lives will they destroy?
Holy cow.
Depths of panic and terror will they create?
That's not a terrifying or panicking creature.
King and their 50 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
The good kind of havoc. Thank you, Octavius King, for your raid. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, and happy Australia Day to you. We are going to be talking about and celebrating Australian dinosaurs today. So, I hope you're excited about that. Octavius King, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. How are you doing? How are the rats doing? Were they causing some rodent chaos? Mayhem, actually, says Jade Claw Wanderer. Very nice. And Russ Pixie, how are you doing? Welcome back to Deepest Blue Dragon, and Grim Deviant, and Rylesy, and T-Days, and Octavius King with that rat-based raid. I appreciate it.
Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy!
A dinosaur?
Russ Pixie, I appreciate you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for the follow. Yeah. T-Date says there were no crimes. Well. Sleepy chaos. Ah, okay. Well, you know, even rodents gotta rest.
I'll tell you another way.
And Megatronus, holy cow!
A million years ago,
Thank you, Megatronus.
big gruesome creature began to grow and grow.
Did you just update? Did you just upscale your subscription to a tier 2 there, Megatronus? Holy cow, thank you. Thank you for that, helping us get closer to our Partner Plus goal. I really appreciate that. Let's get some applause going. That is excellent. Thank you, Megatronus. I really appreciate that. We've been working at this Partner Plus thing for 3 months now, and we are very, very close. Pretty awesome. Thank you, Megatronus, for that increased level of support. It means a lot. Thank you kindly and sincerely. I really appreciate that. And this is true, Dr. Afsan. Yeah. Australia's got a wealth of what we used to say called quaternary fossils. Now I guess we would say Neogene. Well, Paleogene, Neogene, I think we still use quaternary, don't we? Anyway, all that Pleistocene megafauna, giant wombats, giant varanid lizards, other kinds of giant marsupials other than wombats, giant kangaroos, and birds of prey, and all kinds of cool stuff. But yeah, and the Ediacaran, exactly, and the oldest rocks in the world, over 4 billion years old, come from Australia. We might talk about that too. And MayBC says, not sure if you saw my earlier message, the mic is emphasizing the higher tones, making it sound a bit different than interesting. I did, as you can tell, I've got a new capture card. And, turn this volume down just a bit. Let's try that and see if that helps a little bit. But with the new capture card, sometimes that messes up all kinds of settings in OBS inadvertently, and I want to make sure it's not picking up the audio from the camera as well. It's only picking up the audio from the mic here. But yeah, and Cosmic Seekin, RIP to the Ingenuity helicopter. Cosmic Seekin. Was that the one where that was there was like a metric versus imperial measurement system mix-up, and that's what caused that device to fail? Yeah. And Janine says, I'm in the process of organizing a holiday to Broome next year, and high on the list is the dinosaur footprints. Very, very cool. There's a book that starts off with, actually, with the theft of some dinosaur footprints. It might be from Broome. It's from somewhere on the coast. Broome is not on the coast, is it? My Australian geography is not what it should be. But this is a really interesting book, The Dinosaur Dealers, by John Long. John Long is a really well-known Australian vertebrate paleontologist. He mostly studies fish, but he knows a thing or two about dinosaurs as well. And, yeah. This is a book written by John Long. The Dinosaur Dealer's mission to uncover international fossil smuggling. It's an interesting one for sure. Yeah. In October 1996, rare dinosaur footprints were stolen from an isolated beach near Broome, in Western Australia. Not only was the scientific world horrified by the theft, but it was also a violation of an Aboriginal sacred site. In an attempt to recover the stolen footprints, Australian paleontologist John Long teams up with specialist U.S. fossil cop Sergeant Steve Rogers. Their hunt for the missing fossils would take them around Australia and on to Europe and the United States. So together they explore the secretive world of the international fossil trade. Basically like a black market or a gray market. And visit the world's largest fossil trade show where dinosaur dealers offer priceless scientific treasures for thousands of dollars. While undercover, Long and Rogers interview shonky dealers. Shonky? What does that mean? Is that like shady? Bet you it is. Interview shonky dealers with criminal backgrounds, exposing the illegal world of fossil poaching and smuggling. It's an interesting book. And it was kind of ahead of its time in some ways because the commercial dinosaur fossil trade has exploded since this book came out. And by exploded, I mean it has embiggened significantly to a really disconcerting extent. And, yeah, so these guys were kind of chronicling that while it was on its ascent. Yeah, and shonky is close to shady. Thank you, Rosand. Is that Australian slang? And the shaded brown really suits you. Thank you, Nell. I appreciate that. I like this shirt. Thank you, Nell. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Shonky. Adjective. Shonkier or shonkiest. Australian and New Zealand informal. Of dubious integrity or legality. Unreliable or unsound. Yeah. Makes sense. I just learned a new word. Wow. Pretty cool. Yeah. That would make for a good TV show. Fossil Cop. Tuesday night on CBS. Steely Dan. Yeah. Although I'd like to see a show about paleontologists before we have a show about fossil cops. You know, first things first. That's what I say. But yeah. Dun dun. Yeah, there you go, Roseanne. Yeah. Oh, and very cool, Sloppy. That's pretty neat. Talk about Mary Anning and... Oh, very cool. Very cool. Dean Lomax is giving it. We saw him yesterday in a clip that we were looking at. Yeah. Pay what you can, up to 8 pounds. Cool. And Science Streams, how are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to see you. Happy Australia Day to you, Science Streams. It was a ton of fun chatting with you about science last night, Belent. I hope you had as good a time as I did. And,
The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
And Seaborn Show, how are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to see you. Holy cow. How did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Welcome. And we're good. I'm glad to hear it, Seaborn Show. Thank you for the raid. We are talking about Australian fossils today, particularly Australian dinosaurs, because dinosaurs are what I study as a dinosaur paleontologist. But we'll probably be getting into some other cool fossil heritage stuff from New Zealand, or from Australia also. Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad you had a good stream, Seaborn. It's good to see you again. And welcome back. Yeah. Oh, and I'm not even sure Did we give a proper shout-out to Octavius King? Let's do another one, too, and then we'll give an additional shout-out to Seaborn Show. But if you're interested in rats, in rodents, in live animal chaos...
What's your opinion on the Great Spinosaurine vs. Baryonychinae debate?
Could you be more specific, Mr. Tip? There's a bunch of different debates about that. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Mr. Tip. Thank you for the 100 bits. I do work on Spinosaurids. But yeah, could you be a little bit more specific? I'm not sure I understand your question. What are you curious about in particular? As I was saying, if you like Rats, if you like to watch live rats cause chaos live on Twitch, go follow Octavius King. And Seaborn Show was doing some Escape from Tarkov. If you too would like to escape from Tarkov, and you'd like to be shown how it's done, go follow Seaborn Show. I appreciate both of those raids. It's great to have you here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Before we dive into our Mesozoic fossils down under,
Paleontologist version of heaven.
let's thank Hojero for that follow first. Thank you, Hojero, for following. Appreciate you. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Or welcome to Paleontologizing, rather. Yeah. We're gonna do some Metazoa. Before we do that, Mr. Tibbs got a question. It's apparently controversial because Suchomimus and Cristatosaurus are questionable on which family came first. I am kind of reticent to draw a big divide between Spinosaurines and Baryonychines because we really don't understand the ontogeny of this group. Like, the dorsal sails are a good example, where we don't know how prevalent those are throughout Spinosauria, and do those dorsal sails, the elongate neural spines, do those grow through ontogeny? Do young individuals not have that, and then as they get super large, the neural spines lengthen? Is that like a sign of maturity in them? We don't really know. And so much of the material that we have from Spinosaurids is so scanty right now. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple new fossils kind of shake up the whole Spinosaurid family tree. We know so little about this group at present that I'm not willing to say anything definitive about their phylogeny. That kind of thing. Does that make sense? Yeah. Mr. Tibbs says it's mostly teeth, right? It's, we've got a bunch of other elements from Spinosaurids. Let me see if I can show you. Maybe we can find an image with a good diagram. Yeah, let's see. Spinosaurids. That's not too shabby. I think these are from Greg Paul. This is what we have of Spinosaurus Egypticus and Spinosaurus maraccanus. There's a few more pieces as well, but like, we're probably dealing with multiple species of Spinosaurid, and we don't even know how closely related they are, phylogenetically or temporally, in North Africa. And so this, you know, these are almost certainly pieces of different taxa. There's different species here that have got their bones all jumbled up like this. Suchomimus, we have this much, but we've never had like a proper monograph on Suchomimus. We only have that really short paper, Sereno et al. 98, I think, in the journal Science. Really, really short paper. We really don't have these elements adequately described. Baryonyx is still probably the best known Spinosaurid in the world. Discovered in, what, 1983? Published in 1986, I believe? Yeah, Cherrigan Milner, 1986, the journal Nature. This is the most complete Spinosaurid in the world at present. We don't know if it's mature. It's interesting that as you increase in size from Baryonyx through Suchomimus and into Spinosaurus, those neural spines seem to get longer and longer. Maybe that's entirely an ontogenetic thing. Maybe that's not something that would be a good phylogenetic signal. I'm not sure. So yeah, I hope that makes sense, Mr. Tibb. Yeah. But I think it's the unknown that's the most intriguing. I agree, Mr. Tibb. Absolutely. I'm working on the functional morphology and, like, what we can infer about fishing behavior in spinosaurids based on that. That's what my paper is about. And expect that sometime this year. 2024 is going to be the year I finally get that done. So, yeah. But yeah, good stuff. And Phoenix the Archaeologist, welcome to you. And there's somebody's PhD, ontogeny of spinosaurids. Yeah, there you go, Dr. Afsan. That would be an excellent PhD thesis if we just had more information. There's not a whole lot you can say right now. And these specimens, it's not like you can do a histo on them. If you go to the NHM in London and you say, hey, we'd like to cut open your baryonyx femur there, or part of a tibia, we'd like to cut that open and look for growth, they'd tell you no. They'd tell you to take a hike. They're not going to let you do that kind of science on it. Presumably the same for Suchomimus. And Spinosaurus, forget about it. So yeah. And Irritator is your favorite theropod. It's a cool one, Mr. Tibb. It's a cool one. It's also an irritating one in a lot of ways. That's the name. But, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, anyway. Good stuff. Before I get too distracted here, let's do a game of Metazoa. Oh, I've got another half hour or so. Okay, thank you, Lenina. I see that right here. Yeah. We've got 30 minutes, so we will do that in 30 minutes. So why don't we go ahead and, jump into some Australian dinosaur paleontology, shall we? Here we go. Let's do... this right here. I think this should be pretty decent. Is this what I think it is? Stick bug first, is Lydia.
You're mustering sheep and you see, sticking out of the ground, a bone. A thigh.
It's not gonna hurt you. It's a sauropod. Yeah. Nell says, isn't that Muttaburrasaurus is an ornithopod. Now, Muttaburrasaurus is right here. Glare on the frame kind of messes it up, but Muttaburrasaurus is like an iguanodontian dinosaur. It would be cool if sauropods still lived today, but they wouldn't really have much to eat in an area like this. Australia looks much different today than it did back in the Mesozoic. But yeah. And there he goes, Salamander, yeah. Yeah.
But this is where the bone was...
Elias? Elias, thank you so much.
What is an ontologist and why are they so pale?
Elias, thank you for the 21 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the pun as well, but thank you not quite as much than for the 21 months of support. It's good to have you here. How are you doing, Elias? Welcome back. Welcome back. There? Like right up here?
This is a program about dinosaurs, about monsters in the outback, what they were, how they lived, and how it is that 65 million years after they vanished, we can piece together their story.
Now it's 66 million years ago. Not because this program was produced a million years before today, but because we now have better dates on when the dinosaurs went extinct, except for birds, and it was 66 million years ago. More precise dating methods have allowed us to determine more precisely the date at which dinosaurs went extinct, except for birds. Yeah.
Dinosaurs have been found almost everywhere.
And Elias, I appreciate you.
Almost
You
everywhere
sleep
but
well,
Australia, where until recently, very little evidence and none of the real giants had been found. And then something happened which revolutionised our understanding of Australia's dinosaurs. It happened in Queensland, near a place called Winton.
Yeah. Winton. So Winton is, as I understand it, not exactly a metropolis, even by Australian standards. It's not the most famous city in the world. In fact, you might not even be able to honestly call it a city. How many people live in Winton, I wonder? Yeah. There we go. In the 2021 census, the locality of Winton had a population of 856 people. Not 856 million. Not 856,000. 856 people. Yeah. And Tolkien says, your mom lives in Winton? Seriously? Wow. And Jerry says, so a village. This is still bigger than a lot of the towns that I stayed in Montana when I was out digging dinosaurs. For instance, Jordan, Montana has a population of what, 200 or something? Yeah. 351 as of 20. That's way too high. It's probably half that, honestly. Yeah. Huh. Anyway, I wonder if Winton is like Jordan in the sense where it's the only town within like 300 miles. Or within at least 100 miles for Jordan. It's the only town out there. It's pretty wild how isolated it is. It really is the only town in the entire county. So, Garfield County in Montana is roughly the size of the U.S. state of Connecticut. Garfield County is one of the largest counties in the state. There it is right there, Garfield County. Yep, an embiggened one, please. There we go. Yeah, Garfield County is one of the largest counties in the entire state of Montana in terms of its land area. It has fewer than 1,000 people that live in Garfield County. So, population density-wise, it is, I think, the third least densely populated U.S. county in the continental United States. If the island of Manhattan in New York had the same population density as Garfield County, there wouldn't be 8 million people who lived there. There would be 2. Not 2 million, 2 people. So yeah, these are the kinds of areas that we find dinosaur fossils in oftentimes, because oftentimes these are kind of desolate areas that don't have a lot of trees. They don't have, you know, other resources that people want to use or live near. It's a lot of what you call like badlands. Badlands are areas like this, and I'll bring this back around to Australia in a minute. Don't you worry. This is the kind of terrain that we find dinosaur fossils in the United States. It tends to be kind of hilly, with but bare rock everywhere. Lots and lots of opportunity to find fossils just weathering out of a hillside or out of a gully, out of a canyon or an arroyo. Or in Montana, you'd call these coulees or washes. You know, badlands like this have got that kind of topography. But in Australia, you don't really have this kind of territory. Australia tends to be a lot flatter than this, as I understand it. And so, I mean, look how flat this is. It is harder to find dinosaurs in Australia. It just is. You don't have the same kind of beautiful hilly badlands like we have in the United States, not for the most part. So, like, every dinosaur that gets found in Australia is very, very special. Because the terrain is kind of working against you there. Does that make sense? Yeah. Look up the Dinosaur Fossil Trail in Queensland to see the big museums in the area. We'll do that, Dinosaur Dave. Remind me in a little bit. Let's get through this a little further. But yeah. And Nell says, are opalized fossils of dinosaurs rarer compared to, say, non-avian dinosaur fossils that can be found in Australia? Yeah, it is pretty rare for fossils to become opalized, but it seems like it's more common in Australia for whatever reason. I don't know why. But yeah. A gold fossil found sometime in the 1800s. That might have been a hoax. That sounds like a hoax now. Would the opalized dinosaur fossils be likely to be hoaxes? No, there are opalized dinosaur fossils that have been found. And opalized fossils of other critters too, like plesiosaurs. Like Eric, the opalized plesiosaur. Yeah. So this is a marine reptile, one of these four-flippered ocean-going reptiles. And his skeleton was opalized. We don't really know if it was he or she, but they nicknamed the critter Eric. Find you a video about that? Let's see. What is this about?
Dinosaurs. All kids love them. Some of those dino-loving kids grow up to become dino-hunting paleontologists.
Yep.
These researchers try to piece together how these animals that lived millions of years ago lived and
Look at this
died.
pretty print. Wearing a lab
The
coat.
problem is,
Stock footage here. Hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? You want to come up here? Hello, sweetie. Are you going to be shy, or are you going to come say hello? What are you going to do? You want to come up here? I see you licking those chops. Do you want a treat, perhaps? Oh, that's the stuff. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, good girl, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Come here. Get you some treats. Here you go. Hey, look. You gotta turn around. We're over here. Don't play dumb. You know where these are. There we go. Yeah. Good stuff, sweetie pie. Good stuff. And Jason FC, happy Australia Day to you too. Sweetie pie, you don't even know what Australia is. But that's okay. What do you think? Always asking you what you think. Can I brush you for a little bit? There we go. Let's get some of that excess fur. Let's cut down on that shedding. There we go. Excellent. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Spinonicus Art, how are you doing? We're talking about dinosaurs of Australia today. Oh, Sweetie Pie's found the camera. want another treat? You're such a glutton, sweetie pie. You're such a glutton. Here. Prefers to eat that one on the floor, so we're gonna let her do that. Cat brush back and yeah, dinosaurs Dewnundah. Digital dick. Yes, indeed. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, and here. Let's start this over.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
All kids love them. Some of those dino-loving kids grow up to become dino-hunting paleontologists.
Yep.
These researchers try to piece together how these animals that lived millions of years ago lived and died. The problem is, not much remains from that time. 66 million years after an asteroid wiped out 3/4 of all life on Earth,
Yep.
the massive, iconic dinosaurs remain only as a few scattered fossils preserved in rock. And occasionally, dinosaurs aren't preserved in any old rock. Associate Professor Paul Willis is a paleontologist at Flinders University in Adelaide and documentary filmmaker heading a company called Paleo Pictures, which
Oh, very
documents
cool.
his team's research. Willis and his team have been working to preserve for science dinosaur bones fossilized in opal, and they've come up with some high-tech ways of doing so.
Very cool.
They're currently working on piecing together the opalized skeleton.
And Dr. Upson, he's my grand supervisor? Really? Wow. So you're supervisor's supervisor? That's pretty cool, Dr. Upson. That's pretty cool. Small world.
Of a small plant-eating dinosaur discovered in rural New South Wales. We chat to Paul about how he navigates emphasizing the scientific value of these gemstone fossils,
Steve Salisbury.
and how
Oh, cool.
his documentaries feed back into his research as a dinosaur hunter. My name is Evram Yazgan, and this is Cosmos Briefing.
Nice. And this is some cool stuff. Well, well, well. Got a whole theme song and everything. And Nalcar, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's good to see you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Spinonicus, you go get some good sleep. I'll see you next time. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah. And I think I missed some comments here. Yeah, let's see. Silent Kevin bought an interesting dinosaur bone from an antique shop recently. It was agatized dinosaur bone. Interesting. Silent Kevin. I hope it is, for your sake, I hope it is dinosaur bone. A lot of this stuff that you get at like rock shops and places like that, they'll sell it as dinosaur bone when it really isn't. Not like it really matters to people who are just buying it for funsies, you know? As paleontologists, we don't really buy fossils. We go out and find them ourselves to get all the data associated with them. But it's a cool thing to have just for a personal collection if you're into that. But pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue here.
Well, thanks for chatting with us today. First off, can you tell me a little bit about the opalized fossils that you've been studying and how you've been able to rescue them from being sold off or smashed up by miners?
If there's something that makes my heart glow about this whole operation, it's the fact that we're finally doing something to try and protect and preserve these opal fossils from Lightning Ridge.
Lightning Ridge, cool.
Also,
that's where those footprints are from too, I think.
We've got our eye on broadening operations to go to the other opal fields, Andamuka, Cooperpedy, White Cliffs. You know, important fossils come out of all those opal fields. And the historical record is littered with
Oh no, HD.
anecdotes of people pulling out complete skeletons that then disappear because they're solid opal, and the only way they can sell them is to smash them up for the opal value. And so this venture means that we've got a potential way of being able to preserve those things for posterity.
Yeah.
I like to use the analogy that if you, as an Australian, heard that one of Ned Kelly's suits of armor
Who's Ned Kelly?
was to be sold to a Yank.
What's a Yank? I'm just kidding. I'm a Yank. I can only assume that Ned Kelly is either with a suit of armor. It's probably an ankylosaur, or maybe some sort of medieval knight. Famous bushranger, Aussie anti-hero. They wore suits of armor? Ned Kelly armor. Wait, was he the bank robber guy? Those look like bullet impact marks there. Holy cow. What? Who is this? I'm sorry to any Australians in the chat, but
these marks here are the bullet marks. I'm not sure.
I'm learning so much.
How he survived the rain of bullets that were sent in his direction.
A robber baron? I don't think he was a billionaire freelancer.
Person.
Billionaires don't need armor to steal money.
I can hold it up just briefly so you can see how that moves.
Was a plow originally? That is wild. Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. Wow, okay. Interesting.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
It's like moving a fossil. And they've got like a cradle built for it right there, like we would do for a big fossil.
So you can see how heavy it is. This is the inside. Would have been against the chest of Ned Kelly.
Plows into swords, indeed. It's supposed to be the other way around, Charlie's Dragon.
There's also evidence of how the armor was made. You can see the hammer marks forged and shaped into this curvature.
Okay, I think we get the idea. So he was like
in the top half,
he was a bank robber or something like that, right?
A second piece called the lapet that is just extended.
I've never heard of this before.
Armor a bit longer.
Really interesting.
Also. It's very crudely made or adapted, and there's over this side it's quite thin and it gets thicker over here. They wouldn't have wanted any established forge to know what they were doing, so they very much did this as a clandestine activity out of the eye of the public.
Okay.
It's too thin, and hasn't responded to being shaped.
I'm trying to find just like a short clip about this. Let's see.
Ned Kelly, the armored criminal, bushranger.
I'll give you a link to this.
1855 to 1880.
Credit where credit's due.
Ned Kelly is Australia's most famous bushranger. Ned was born in June 1855 at Beveridge, Victoria, Australia. He was the eldest son of 8 children to John Red Kelly, an Irish convict exiled to Australia, and Ellen Quinn. In 1869, Kelly found
Bandit, I guess. Oh. When I hear bushranger, it almost sounds official. Like it's got some sort of, like governmental approval or something like that. Like a U.S. Marshal. That's what bushranger sounds like. But I guess it's more of a pejorative or like it's like an outlaw? Oh, like a park ranger. Oh, it's like a highwayman. So highwayman is like a like a thief who preys on travelers on the highway, right? A bandit, robber, etc. Colloquial term, not pejorative. Oh, interesting.
Arrested
Okay,
for assaulting a Chinese farmer and was held in police custody for several days. In 1871, he was arrested for riding a stolen horse and fighting the police. As a result, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison at age 16. Kelly was released 6 months early from Pentridge Prison on the 2nd of February, 1874, for good behavior. In April 1878, Ned and his brother Dan Kelly went into hiding from the police after Ned was accused of shooting Constable Fitzpatrick when Dan was being arrested for horse theft. There are different accounts from both sides as to whether Kelly shot the constable or whether the wound was self-inflicted. Ned Kelly's mother and the others were arrested for abetting the attempted murder of Fitzpatrick. Ned and Dan Kelly, now on the run, were joined by fellow bushrangers Joe Byrne and Steve Hart, forming the Kelly Gang.
Okay.
In October,
they're like
the gang killed
gang of
3
outlaws.
policemen who were tracking them during a shootout at Stringy Bark Creek. One of the police troopers, Constable McIntyre, escaped on horse and reported the killings. The Victorian Parliament outlawed the gang, and the reward for each gang member was raised to £500, dead or alive.
A lot of money back then.
The gang committed a series of armed bank robberies at the end of 1878 and early 1879.
Okay, we get it. Now to the part with the armor.
Earlier, Kurnow had convinced the sleep-deprived Ned to release him. Ned did so and told him to go quietly to bed and not to dream too loud. Otherwise, they would shoot him. The police surrounded the hotel and a shootout commenced. During their last stand, the gang's lack of sleep and alcohol intoxication caused an overconfidence in the armor. The 3 gang members were killed, except for Ned. Ned had fired at the police with his revolver, and the police's bullet fire bounced off his armor. However, he was incapacitated when the police aimed at his legs, which had no protection. Ned Kelly was put on trial and sentenced to death by hanging. His last words were reported as, well, I suppose it has come to this.
So I suppose maybe this fellow, Ned Kelly, has got a similar place in Australian history and pop culture as like famous outlaws of the Wild West here in the United States. People like, I don't know, Billy the Kid or Butch Cassidy, people like that. So that kind of idea where it's like, somebody who's probably objectively a bad person, but they become a symbol for kind of the romance of the frontier days and like doing things your own way, stuff like that. Is that kind of the idea here? I'm trying to use analogies to understand this in a way that makes sense to me. Considered a folk hero, standing up to unfair treatment from the man. Gotcha, Roseanne. Okay. Or Bonnie and Clyde would be an even better example. Thank you, Jody Fish. Yeah. Such is life, is the last words I heard. You've been around a while, Dame Karen. If Dame Karen's like, I was there. I heard something different. Kidding. But yeah. And like Columbus was the man. Tony is my baby. This is different. This is different from Christopher Columbus. Nerd Stegel says Ned Kelly was a legend. Absolutely. Okay, okay. Well, the reason that we bring this up is because of this. So, this fellow here, Paul Willis, I believe, he's using Ned Kelly as an analogy for something that should be really important to Australians as well. These opalized fossils. So let's get back to that. Yeah. Here we go.
Paul, thanks for chatting with us today. First off, can you tell me a little bit about the opalized fossils that you've been studying and how you've been able to rescue them from being sold off or smashed up by miners?
If there's something that makes my heart glow about this whole operation, it's the fact that we're finally doing something to try and protect and preserve these opal fossils from Lightning Ridge. But also, you know, we've got our eye on broadening operations to go to the other opal fields, Andamuka, Cooperpedy, White Cliffs. You know, important fossils come out of all those opal fields. And the historical record is littered with anecdotes of people pulling out complete skeletons that then disappear because they're solid opal, and the only way they can sell them is to smash them up for the opal value, and they're
which is nuts. I mean, a complete skeleton of a vertebrate animal is so scientifically important. Pretty much every single one of those is going to be a new species. And the idea that these just get smashed up and sold piece by piece because they're made out of opal is heartbreaking.
Lost forever. Yeah. So this venture means that we've got a potential way of being able to preserve those things for posterity.
Yeah.
I like to use the analogy that if you, as an Australian, heard that one of Ned Kelly's suits of armour was to be sold to a Yank, and the only way they could get it out the country legally was to cut it up into little tiny pieces, as an Australian, you would be outraged, wouldn't you?
See why this analogy works now. Okay, I'm on board. Yeah, and any Australians in the chat, I mean, you would be outraged if some, you know, filthy American came to your country and tried to, you know, take away part of your, you know, your country's heritage like that by cutting it up to be sold piece by piece. I mean, yeah. It's... Oh, boy. Those Yanks, they're taking our criminals, says Rose. Yeah. And Lordy, how are you doing? Welcome, Lordy. This is the new capture card. Check it out. Not too shabby, right? It even seems like the frame rate might be higher. I look like I'm in some kind of soap opera or something. You know? I can go like this, and the frame rate seems twice as high. Goodness, this might be like 60 frames per second. Let's try zooming in a little bit. That's better than it used to be, right? Yeah, excellent. Yeah. Anyway, really happy. This new capture card wasn't cheap, but let's hope it holds up better than the last one did. I actually went with the brand name one this time. Anyway, back to Australia and its incredible fossil heritage. And Dame Karen, I do have. This man is your friend. He fights for freedom. So World War II, like Allied propaganda poster, presumably handed to like American service people. And like, don't punch this guy. He's on your team. Yeah. But yeah. And it also makes you 5 years younger. Really, do I look younger on this camera here? Yeah. Still seems kind of cinematic on this end. Well, good, Krill Plush. Good, good, good. I'm glad to hear that. I guess that wasn't money wasted on this new capture card. But yeah, don't shoot, we're Australian. Exactly, Dame Karen. You gotta tell Americans that. You gotta tell us. But yeah. Anyway. Let's get back to these Australian friends here.
Well, that's exactly what's happening with these.
Oh, here we go.
I like to use the analogy that if you, as an Australian, heard that one of Ned Kelly's suits of armour was to be sold to a Yank, and the only way they could get it out the country legally was to cut it up into little tiny pieces, as an Australian, you would be outraged, wouldn't you? Well, that's exactly what's happening with these pieces of our natural heritage. The miners are not allowed to export them as fossils because they're covered under something called the Protection of Movable Cultural Heritage Act. And so, you know, if they come across a skeleton or any other kind of fossil and it's got valuable opal in it, the only way they can make a return on their effort is to smash it up and sell it off as opal, and it's lost forever.
I was not aware of this.
So, you know, this not only in this case with this small dinosaur, we were in a position to be able to not exactly buy the specimen, but it was a conditional purchase with the miner. And the condition was that this specimen must be donated to the Australian Opal Centre in Lightning Ridge.
Huh.
He wanted to just simply give it to the Opal Centre, but he needed some recompense for his efforts. There's not
fair.
much quality opal in this thing, so it was relatively inexpensive. But the Opal Centre didn't have the money to be able to give the miner, so we stepped in and we managed to save this little dinosaur, and then we can make a documentary about its journey from the mine right the way through to when it gets donated to the museum.
Yeah, we'll continue this, and then Rosanda's got a cool tangent.
Everybody's happy. The thing is preserved for posterity.
Yeah, excellent. We were talking about this yesterday, about how it's so incredibly important that fossils be preserved for posterity in a museum. I had a whole thing about this yesterday, and many of you were here for that. It's echoed right here, you know? Same deal.
There is actually another path that we're looking to go down once we get the money to be able to go out and do these things. And that is, we came to the realization that we couldn't care less if these things were made of 24 karat gold. What we're interested in is the shapes.
Yep.
The three-dimensional shapes of the fossils is really all that we're interested in as paleontologists.
I would say, well, we're also interested in the interior structure of these things, and like the growth rings, the lines of arrested growth, stuff like that. But those things might actually be obliterated if they've been opalized. So maybe it just is the exterior shape that's important. Maybe the interior doesn't matter anymore if it's been opalized like that.
So with modern technology, can we form a partnership with the miners so that if they come across something that looks interesting, we work with them to get them to the CT scanner at Flinders Uni, and then CT scan whatever is inside the rock, and then we have a permanent three-dimensional record of what that fossil is.
Nice.
If it's not particularly brilliant, then, you know, the miner can have it back and do what he wants with it. but we've
Huh.
still got that three-dimensional record.
I don't love that idea, but in a compromise situation, that might be prudent there, honestly. Yeah. But yeah. And Metazoa time? Yeah, Diagonal, we can do Metazoa. And also Rosand came up with an interesting point here before we continue this. Rosand says, unrelated to dinosaurs, but related to diggers, Anzac troops, Australia and New Zealand Armed Forces. The Instructions for American Servicemen in Australia 1942 book is an interesting read. That does sound interesting. Is that... Can I find that on thrift books, maybe? '42. Cool. I could probably find a PDF of this, actually. For free. Let's see. Okay, cool. But it reminds me of a video that I saw. Yeah. I wonder if they made one for Australia too, but this is for Britain. Okay. All right. Let's get to it, shall we? Stop it.
Just you tell the farm. The people...
Yeah. And that's really funny, Aspie.
We'll get to that later. Let's go inside. Oh, wait. Before we go in, let me tell you a little about an English pub. It's not like a saloon. It's more like a club for men and women who haven't a great deal of money and who don't drink for the sake of drinking, but for the company. Now, these pubs are open for a couple of hours in the middle of the day, and then again in the early evening. And men and women, after their day's work, and they work long and hard hours, come in for a bitter or mild. Oh, that's beer to you. And incidentally, the beer isn't cold in England, no. They don't like it cold, and they haven't any ice, see? So if you like beer, you better like it warm. What's that? Difference between bitter and mild? I don't know. One's bitter and one's mild. You better find out for yourself. Anyway.
Johnny Starlight says, I love having a pub mansplained to me. Well, I'm glad you love it. Here's a link if you want to watch this whole thing, because it's pretty good. And then there's this guy who... he gets invited over for dinner, and then like an American guy, and he eats all of their food, and he's just kind of obnoxious, and, yeah, it's pretty good.
People, and they don't like to tell you the things they're short of, like tablecloths, which are nearly impossible to replace, and their food, which is so severely rationed. So that when a visitor comes, they're apt to place on the table what's got to last them all the week.
Oh, interesting, Roseanne. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lovely ring. We've got an amazing
Rothgar.
million-year-old dinosaur eggs, and they're perfectly preserved. Cool.
That kid.
20 months of you putting up with my nonsense. How many more months can I get away with?
I think a lot more if you stay subscribed, Rothgar. Thank you for your ongoing support. It does mean a great deal to me. Thank you for helping us, sustain this channel, keep doing science outreach here on Twitch, and get closer to that Partner Plus goal. Holy cow. Yeah, we might have already reached it, Lenina. We shall see. We shall see.
We'll get you well with it. This rationing is something that you ought to know about. You know how it is back home, or was. Your host looked on it as a compliment the more you ate. Well, here you have to watch out because things are so short.
All right, now, will you come up to the table?
And it's especially tough when one or two people live alone like Bill and his wife. Food is mighty scarce. And tea, 2 ounces per person per week is all they get. They can't have it as often as they want. And sugar, each person gets 8 ounces a week.
They're not happy.
They have almost given up having it in their tea.
Ungrateful yank.
Jams and preserves, 4 ounces a week. So this is a particularly horrible example you're seeing. But you get the idea.
Do we have one for Australia though? It might only be in writing. We might not have like a lovely little documentary about this. We do not. No. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Would you like some tea with your sugar? Exactly, HT. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our Australian fossils right here. Why they're important.
If it is something brilliant, then we can join forces with the miner and see if we can find a buyer for that as an opal specimen. But the bottom line is that once we've scanned it and we've got that permanent 3D record, we can make 3D prints as we have done with this.
Oh yeah, 3D printing.
And, I'm pretty new to the 3D printing game. And people have been CT scanning fossils for some time. I think this isn't exactly the first opal fossils that have been scanned. But when I
Who's that? I know, right, Lenina?
go through the whole process of scanning these fossils and then printing them out, I've got a resin printer. And
nice.
When you can see the finished fossil and you can hold it next to the piece of rock with the original fossil inside it, it's mind-blowing. It's like having X-ray vision. And not only is that a valuable way of having a permanent 3D record of what the shapes these things are, but also when it comes to preparing them, we know what's in there. We know what we can get out of the rock. Back in the day when I was working on Eric the opalized plesiosaur, I was the guy who pulled that skeleton together and cleaned it up and gave it its silly name. That was the most complete skeleton of a plesiosaur, opalized plesiosaur, that has ever come out of Cooperpedy. But when it came to preparing it, to stripping the rock off, I was working blind. I didn't know what was in the rock. And for instance, when we started, we didn't even know that we had the skull. But there it was, the skull was there. I was working blind. I was just feeling my way gently into the rock until you expose the opal and gently. But now we don't have to work blind.
No, you could CT scan it.
What is inside those rocks. And so that's going to be such a boon to the preparator that we will be able to hopefully get these things out in the best possible condition.
I mean, that's a really cool idea, actually, to be able to to scan a fossil block like that so that you know where to expect the bone as you're prepping it out, as you're actually using tools to remove the rock. You basically know when to slow down and be really, really careful if you look at the scan of it. That's a really cool idea.
Be able to hopefully get these things out in the best possible condition.
Yeah.
You're kind of living out every young child's dream, being a real life dinosaur hunter. Can you tell us a bit, like, what's that like? And how do you come across these fossils?
Yeah, well, word of warning to all those young dinosaur lovers out there.
Oh, what's he going to say? What do you think he's going to say, chat? What's a warning to young dinosaur lovers? He's probably going to say don't expect to be paid very much. Or maybe the work can be tedious. Or I'm going to say you won't get rich, says Reaganation. Don't meet your heroes, says HD. We're generally pretty nice people, I like to think. You know? Don't expect it to be glamorous, says Real Men Grow Beards. Yeah, it's not as glamorous as it seems in the movies. Let's see what it says. Let's see what he says.
If you don't get over it, you end up like me. I found my first fossil when I was 6, and Mum and Dad swear blind that I came out of the womb and my first word was dinosaur. So really, I've just been following along on my childhood fascination with dinosaurs.
Phoenix the archaeologist says we don't get to punch Nazis. You don't, as an archaeologist? I try and punch at least a couple Nazis every week, Phoenix the archaeologist. Bonus points if you punch them and they fall off a bridge or into a pile of glowing red barrels and then, you know, stuff like that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
And with fossils in general.
And you mentioned before, obviously, Paleo Pictures, you've got this documentary filmmaking. I'm not sure if side project is the right word for it, main project, whatever you like. How do you balance that, the dinosaur research? How does it all fit together for you?
Well, it's all in the one endeavor. So when I go out to do any work with the fossils, I take my camera operator with
this is so cool.
a young man, a young man my age, by the name of Dan Taylor, and he just documents everything in video.
That's super cool as a means of science outreach.
Those tapes can become the basis for future documentaries.
Very cool.
So we have actually documenting the research with videos is part of the research.
Very cool.
So
Very cool.
It's all integrated into the one activity, really, as far as I'm concerned. And in a sense, it's kind of like Steve Irwin. You know, he got his start around just having cameras follow him around while he went out and did all his madcap animal escapades.
That's a good way to put it.
So in a way, it's similar to that. Yes, down the track, when it comes to pulling full documentaries together, we will need to go out and just do shooting for footage that isn't part of our research.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, there's plenty of time. We can sort that out.
Yeah.
But I think the opportunity to take the audience on that journey that a paleontologist goes through.
This is a lot like what I do in the field with trying to document our fieldwork, our excavations. That whole process, trying to bring that to you at home through Twitch. I can relate to this really hard. This is awesome.
How do you come across specimens worthy of study? What do you do with those things once you've got them? Go through all those processes. How do you figure out that what you're looking at is a new species or not? How do you figure out where it fits in the great family tree of life? This is all the everyday job of a paleontologist. And so by covering that in quality video and turning that into a documentary, we can actually take the audience along on that journey. But
that's like looking in a mirror. This is so cool.
Also, by watching our documentaries, they're actually supporting paleontological research.
Yeah.
Because if they want to watch our documentaries, then there's more chance that they're going to be picked up, and we will get funded to make more documentaries, which means we can go out and do more research, and everybody's happy, you know?
Yeah.
This is in the same way that our streams, you know, in Wyoming this summer were, you know, and that field was funded by members of this community. This big fundraiser that we did in May of 2023 funded our field work in the Almond Formation, the late Cretaceous of western Wyoming. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. I've actually not heard of this before. Paleo Pictures. Got the other A in there. That's like a Commonwealth thing. We'll have to look this up.
That's what I mean about singing for our supper. I think that, you know, it's an interesting business model.
Yeah.
What is on the horizon for you?
The one project that I'm particularly excited about, I really can't say too much about it at this stage because it may jeopardize the eventual publication that we intend to get out of this. Suffice to say, it's pretty radical. It's the sort of news that will go around the world. It's a new insight into dinosaur behavior.
Wow.
That is completely out of left field. And it's taken us a long time to be able to nail this story because it's so unexpected. It's so different from what everybody else has done before us that, you know, it's just proved really difficult to nail it. But we think we've got it now, and we're moving towards publication, and then we can tell you all about it.
Brilliant. I love the sound of that. Have you?
Very, very cool.
I'm just teasing, of course, just
No,
teasing.
of course. I love it. No, keep them interested, keep them keen. All right, Paul, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, nice chatting with you, mate. You
Yeah.
take it easy.
I'll be in touch.
Cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. Yeah. Here is a link to that video right there. And let's check out Paleo Pictures here, shall we? Saving a Dinosaur, our approach to funding research and protecting fossils. Thank you, Phoenix the Archaeologist, for posting this. Very cool. Today we announced that Paleo Pictures has acquired the opalized bones of a small dinosaur. You may well ask why a video production company wants to get into owning fossils. Well, they're going to donate them to the museum. That's the whole idea. Very cool. And beautiful fossils there. Very cool that they're opalized like that. Yeah, and Multiculturalist James, how are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. What's shaking with you? It's good to see you. How are you? Welcome, welcome. I'm glad to see you again. Things are good. This is some cool stuff. Paleo Pictures. This is what Paleo Pictures is all about. Well, let's take a look at that.
I'm on a mission to save the relics of the past before we lose them
Relics
forever.
of the past.
I'm Associate Professor Paul Willis, and mates call me Paleo Paul. I'm a paleontologist who searches everywhere for fossils. They're unique pieces of our natural heritage. Each and every fossil is an irreplaceable relic from the past. And every fossil tells a story. I I'm also skilled in the art of retelling those stories hidden inside every fossil and bringing these creatures back to life. What have we got here? This is a neck bone from a marine reptile, a thing called a plesiosaur. And when this fellow was alive, he would have been 8 or 9 meters long, and half of that would just be the neck. When this guy was alive, about 100 million years ago, all of this was an inland sea. My mission is to rescue the world's fossil treasures before they are lost forever. It's my job to save them. Take these fossils, for example. They're parts of a skeleton of a small dinosaur from Lightning Ridge in New South Wales. But they're made of precious opal, and these fossils were at risk of being broken up and made into jewellery. This little dinosaur would have been lost forever if Paleo Pictures had not stepped in and saved her.
Very cool.
These things belong in museums.
By the way, I love the feathering on this. We have got an increasing body of evidence that even little ornithopod dinosaurs or basal ornithischians would have had feathery coverings like this, so this is really cool to see. I like that a lot.
Had not stepped in and saved her. These things belong in museums where they can be protected and looked after, where paleontologists can study them so we can find out what the creatures were all about, and where people can appreciate them forever. This is the unique proposition of Paleo Pictures. We make documentaries visiting fossil sites and museums around the world.
Very cool.
We tell the stories of the fossils and the history of life. But we also raise money to acquire at-risk fossils and pay for the research that makes them scientifically priceless. We also tell the historical stories of the places we go to.
Was that guy's outfit?
Yeah,
Yeah, well, that's how a lot of paleontologists dress in the field.
So come with me as I tour the world in search of endangered fossils and join me in the quest to save them for the future. But
Cool
hurry.
stuff.
Time is running out. Help me get to the fossils of the world before they are lost forever.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Holy cow. Yeah, this is from Paleo Pictures. Only 246 subscribers. Let's make that 247. Here's a link to that page. Yeah, Paleontologizing Down Under. I like that, HD, and you even changed the Z to an S. I guess in Commonwealth English, that Z would be an S. Paleontologizing. But yeah. And here, check this out. More Australian fossils.
University paleontologists may be on the way to revealing a new species of dinosaur that lived here millions of years ago.
It's all part of a painstaking process of identifying dinosaur bones opalized in
barns.
In a motel room in Lightning
Dinosaur barns.
Paleontologist Dr. Paul Willis
Love it.
rummages through specimens provided by a local opal miner.
Again, I can see the structures that tell me that this is opalized bone, but I can't tell you what bone it is. How frustrating.
Proceeds from a future doco will provide some reimbursement to the miner who found these sandstone rocks.
Of all the languages in the world, I think Australian might be one of the most charming. What was that? Proceeds from a future doco. I love the people of Australia. Hugan.
Your cousin Marvin Berry. You know that new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this.
Hugan, thank you for the raid. How did your stream go? I hope it was real good, Hugan. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. You're doing some Path of Titans. Well, nice. I hope it was fun, Hugin. Welcome back. Good to see you. If anybody is interested in Path of Titans, go follow Hugin right now. But, yeah. And Axeman says, people try to imitate the Australian accent so frequently because everybody loves it. It is pretty universally beloved, I would say. Yeah. And any imitation or impersonation, imitation that happens within the confines of a paleontologizing stream, please understand, good people of Australia, that it is done out of love and admiration, and not meant in a mocking way. It's done in a... I think in many ways, sometimes Americans wish that we were Australians. So, I hope that much is obvious here. It's kind of painful, though, for an Aussie. I understand, Gabe Karen. Yeah. And Johnny Starlight says, I fully welcome Australians to mock my American accent anytime. Me too. It's like when, I don't know if I can find a clip of this in time, but, when the Monty Python troupe would do, when they would do American accents, they just basically throw in a bunch of R sounds where they don't belong. Like, this might be a good example. Here. See what I mean? Item 6 on the agenda. See, it's all good fun, you know? Yeah, the very big corporation of America, that's what that is. I've got to reverse it so that I don't get copyright blasted for this on YouTube. I find it I don't know, when people with other accents try and do an American accent, there's something just really, I think, joyous and funny about that. Yeah. We do deserve it, Johnny, yeah. Oh, this is so good. If you've never seen this before, it is a joy. The Crimson Permanent Assurance. Oh my goodness. It's so good. This is like a short that played before Monty Python's The Meaning of Life, which I think is without question the best of the Monty Python films. It's so good. Here. You can watch the whole thing on Daily Motion. I'll give you a link. Bookmark this for later, chat, if you'd like a chuckle. it's so good. It's so good. Anyway, but yeah, Corporate Raiders. Yes, HD. Yeah. And I've never seen Adventures of Baron Munchausen. Lilith Hobo. Maybe I should. I've heard very mixed things about it, though. I don't know. Yeah, and it is fun to sail on the wide accountancy. Kodali, yes, indeed. Anyway. Well, we've got some fans in the chat. Beautiful. That's honestly one of my favorite films. It's so good, and that's where the Galaxy song comes from. If any of you remember the Galaxy song that I play on ukulele, that's where it's from. Is from Monty Python's The Meaning of Life. Yeah, anyway, let's get back to where we were here.
By a local opal miner.
Again, I can see the structures that tell me
an interesting
that this
diagonal.
is opalized bone, but I can't tell you what bone it is. How frustrating.
Proceeds from a future doco will provide some
Docker.
reimbursement to the miner who found these sandstone rocks containing opalized dinosaur bones and wanted to keep them here in Australia.
These things are saved for Australia
Retro,
because we
yeah.
know that opalized skeletons and other opal
I
fossils are
suppose.
found on the major opal fields on a regular basis, and rarely do they get to be preserved for posterity.
Finding opalized dinosaur bones is one thing. Extracting them from rock, quite another. But Dr. Willis has done it before. He called this ancient plesiosaur Eric, and extracting Eric from Kubapedi opal was no mean feat.
I had to just carefully chip away at the rock, blindly, working blind.
So much could have gone wrong, but this time Paul's using the latest CT scanning and 3D equipment.
Nice.
Paleontologists from Flinders University are using the very latest technology to reconstruct a small dinosaur preserved for more than 100 million years, opalized in rock. And as they rummage through these rare fossils, scientists like Dr. Paul Willis are hopeful that maybe they've stumbled across a new Australian dinosaur.
CT
Very
scans
cool.
provide
Very cool.
cross-sections of opalized bone.
It's
This is
called
sort
a
of little ornithopod?
hypsilophodonted dinosaur.
Huh?
So that's kind of like saying it's a dog, but we don't know if it's a
He said hypsilophidonted, right?
Multiple cross-sections of opalized bone.
It's called a hypsilophodontid dinosaur.
Yeah, so hypsilophodontids they're kind of what we call a wastebasket taxon. So, this is a... Hypsilophodontids, I've got a few friends who work on these guys, like LJ Krumenacker out of Idaho. It's probably not a proper clade Hypsilophodontidae. Let me show you. Here. Let's get a book real quick. So, Hypsilophodontidae is a group of mostly little, beaky, plant-eating dinosaurs that mostly ran on two legs. We no longer think that they're all actually related to each other. This is from a book was written in the late 1970s and early 1980s. This is David Norman's Dinosaur Encyclopedia. And, Hypsilophodontids. So in this book that includes Tenontosaurus, Dryosaurus right here, truly the king of the dinosaurs, Dryosaurus, and Hypsilophodon right there. One of the best known of the Hypsilophodontids. But the thing is, these dinosaurs are not actually super closely related to one another. They belong to different groups of ornithischian dinosaur. And we've kind of lumped them all together because they all basically look like like this. It's kind of like how, what would be a good example? It would be like lumping together different kinds of mammal that look similar to one another, but are not actually related. Like insectivores would be a good example. Yeah, insectivora? We used to have all of these little kind of mousy mammals all grouped together in one family, one big group, maybe an order or a suborder, insectivora. Turns out they're not actually that closely related to each other. Things like colugos and tree shrews, sengis, aka elephant shrews, hedgehogs and moles and rats and mice, they're not actually each other's closest relatives. They just all kind of got lumped in together because they look vaguely similar to one another. That's probably the same thing with hypsilophodontids, like these guys. So if you look up on Wikipedia, like Hypsilophodontidae, there might not even be an article about it anymore. Let's see. Hypsilophodontidae, here we go. Yeah, is a traditionally used family of ornithopod dinosaurs, generally considered invalid today. See what I mean? It historically included many small-bodied bipedal Neornithischian taxa from around the world, spanning from the Middle Jurassic until late Cretaceous. Yeah, there have been many findings that the family is an unnatural grouping, which should only include the type genus Hypsilophodon, with other genera being within clades like Thessalosauриdae and Elasmaria. Yeah. Anyway. So, the thing is, yeah, it probably is evolutionary convergence, Jody Fish, yeah. And Diagonal says the birding equivalent is BBB, bitty brown birds. There you go, Diagonal, yeah. Holy cow!
ALH4ZR3D and their
Alhazred.
Raiders don't know what they're in for.
Welcome, Alhazred and Raiders to Paleontologizing. Lenkel Greatstorm, thank you for the follow. It is great to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
In an unsuspecting world, living creatures from the dawn of time.
And another raid, holy cow.
What lives will
Well.
What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Astro Alexandra, thank you for the raid also. That is 2 big raids within like 15 seconds. Welcome, Astro Alexandra and Raiders. It's great to have you here. Holy cow. Allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, which means that I study dinosaur fossils, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and I dig up dinosaurs during the summers. Check out the YouTube page if you want to see our live streams from this summer. Sionap, thank you for that follow. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah, this summer we were lucky enough to be digging dinosaurs in western Wyoming and eastern Utah. We got at least 3 new species of Cretaceous dinosaurs just this summer. We excavated them live on stream. So again, check out the YouTube page if you want to see that. But anyway, nowadays I stream 5 days a week here on Twitch, talking about fossils, talking about natural history, trying to bring the world of paleontology to you at home. So, Alhazred and Astro Alexandra, thank you both for your raids. How were your streams? Tell me about them. It's wonderful to have you here. Holy cow. Alhazred surely was doing some hacking and other interesting computer wizardry there. Thank you, Alhazred, for your raid. And Astro Alexandria, you were probably doing some science outreach within the realm of astronomy or astrophysics, correct? Follow both of these wonderful streamers if you're interested in either one of those topics. Go check them out. Do not delay. And Sionap says her streams are amazing. Well, there you have it. Go check out Astro Alexandra. Yeah. Went on a rabbit hole about hippos. Oh, hippos are really cool. They're very, very cool. Very dangerous animals, but really interesting. Closely related to whales. And John Pob Jones. Back to my Hispanohablante roots there. John Pabjones. Muchas gracias por seguirme. Y bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. I'm, of course, broadcasting to you from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area right now, given that I am not in the field. But today, we're talking about Australian fossils, because it is the National Day of Australia today. So we are talking about the incredible fossil history, fossil heritage, Mesozoic history of Australia. Good eye to you too, Simple Garrick. Kangaroos. We're not talking so much about kangaroos, Jermaine G, but we can talk a little bit about kangaroos, I suppose. Yeah, and it is Aussie Day. Yes, indeed. Particulated Dew. Particulate Adieu. What a great name. Before we get back to that, before we get back to Australian fossils, dinosaurs from Australia in particular, I think it might be a wonderful opportunity for a quick little welcome video. So, yeah, go follow Al-Hazred and go follow Astro Alexandra for more science and tech here on Twitch. But for... Hang on! Goodness. He's very eager.
I'm your island. It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
And, PSI Bouncer, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Is that pounds per square inch, Bouncer? I like it. Thanks for following. We're going to hand things over very briefly to previously recorded Danny, who is currently, like, looking at his watch behind me, tapping his foot. He's going to tell you a little bit about this channel, about who I am, about what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch, all that good stuff. So without further ado, let's cede the floor to previously recorded Danny. Take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies, and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am.
I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion. And now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And what is this? Pebble, thank you for the follow, and welcome, welcome. Thank you also to Al-Hazred and Astro Alexandra for those incredible raids which prompted that visit from previously recorded Danny. By the way, if any of you are on that platform called, Tink Tonk, go follow Astro Alexandra on there. She already has, like, 3 billion followers. Mostly not joking. It's like 3 million followers on TikTok. She is doing some excellent science outreach on there, as I've discovered, and go give her a follow. Yeah. She is brilliant, says John Paponis. Seems like it, yeah, absolutely. If I'd spent any time at all on TikTok, which I really should, I need to force myself to do that. It's not my favorite platform, but like I should really do that. I'll make sure that I follow her the next time I'm on there. Yeah. But I take it good, John Paponis. If you're okay with that, I'm going to continue to call you that because I find it fun. And I appreciate you, John. Yeah. And, and Dinosaur Dave has got a very relevant dinosaur deep dive for us. Ooh, we'll get into that in a little bit. Someone was asking why we have an Australian flag up today. Well, today happens to be Australia Day, evidently. Or rather, here in the San Francisco Bay Area, Australia Day is tomorrow. But since Australia is in a time zone more advanced than ours, it's already Australia Day in Australia. And so we're celebrating that today, because we're talking about, well, it's Roy Chapman Andrews Day tomorrow, so we had to break it up somehow, and this just made sense. So, Australia. Let's get into it. Australia is not the easiest place to find dinosaur fossils, although they are there. Let's talk about it. I was showing a documentary earlier. We got like a little bit under 2 minutes into it, so let's start it over for all the new folks. And let's talk about dinosaurs of Australia. There we go.
Found almost everywhere. Actually,
back to the beginning, shall we? Really cool intro here. I like this a lot. And we've not talked about Varanus priscus yet.
you're mustering sheep
Megalania.
and you see sticking
Not
out
yet,
of the
Static
ground
Life.
a bone,
Arg.
a thigh bone, a femur.
You call that a femur? This is a femur.
This is a thigh.
Very cool. I think this is Winton and Titan.
And you wouldn't expect
And
to
they-
find it out here.
They got bigger than that
But
too.
This is where the bone was found.
That's a very tall looking one. It's very leggy. It's surprisingly leggy. It's a very stiff tail too. It's funny, most dinosaur reconstructions that are, animated like this, they make the tails way too wiggly waggly. I appreciate that this isn't like this, but it's almost too stiff.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And holy cow,
Bones gifted a tier 1 sub to Guybrush Woodbuck.
John Fun D and D.
This is a program
Yeah.
about dinosaurs, about monsters in the outback, what they were, how they lived, and how it is that 65 million years after they vanished, we
It's 66 now. Again, like I said earlier, we have better estimates of how long ago that was. It's not as though it's been a million years since this was made.
can piece together their story.
You're a dino, oh baby. HD, oh no. I shouldn't laugh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Dinosaurs have been found almost everywhere. Actually, almost everywhere but Australia, where until recently, very little evidence and none of the real giants had been found. And then something happened which revolutionised our understanding of Australia's dinosaurs. It happened in Queensland, near a place called Winton.
Very cool.
Winton has the look of a place that's never changed. You can't help thinking that it must have looked like this forever.
Not so. They actually do have some topography there, though. We've got some kind of low hills, some rises. Having never been to Australia, my impression of that whole continent is that it's very flat. So seeing any kind of topography at all is kind of eye-opening for me. Normally we find dinosaur fossils in places where we've got hills and mountains and gullies and canyons. which is why I've always understood that it's kind of rare to find dinosaur fossils in Australia because you don't have a lot of topography like that. But yeah, and Dame Karen says, yes, we have topography. It's a big place. Oh yeah, absolutely. Australia is huge. It's one of the largest countries in the world. It's like number 6 or something like that. In terms of land area, landmass. But yeah, and I have seen Uluru. Yes, indeed, Dame Karen, absolutely. But I thought one of the things that made Uluru so special is that big, prominent geological features like that are kind of rare. I thought that's why one of the reasons why Uluru was so unusual and so special. But yeah, and the way fossils erode here is that the soil actually lifts the fossils to the surface. Yeah, that's really interesting, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. Uluru. Okay, thank you, Rosound. Yeah, Uluru. Yeah, Australia's almost as big as Greenland. Yeah, there you go, HD. Call back to a previous joke. But yeah. Yeah.
In fact, it's changed a lot.
Oh, yeah.
These grasslands were once watered by meandering rivers and filled with towering plant life. And the rulers of this landscape were giants. It was a time when monsters like the plant-eating sauropods ruled the earth. They were in charge. They were enormous. But some of their cousins were not. Some were the size of a chicken. Some were the size of the family dog. Or a cow. They came in all shapes and sizes. And then they vanished. All of them, about 65 million years ago. Most scientists believe a giant meteor slammed into the Gulf of Mexico, sending up clouds of dirt and dust blocking the sun, causing temperatures to fall,
and soot too from all these wildfires.
That wiped out much of life on Earth. The story of human beings started.
And Dame Karen, I would love to visit Australia. Absolutely, 1,000,000%. Yes. Out of all the places in the world to visit, Australia is very high on my list, for certain. Yeah. You've got my favorite bird in the whole world, Cassowarius cassowarius, the southern cassowary, which I believe is the 3rd largest bird in the world by weight, but also regarded as the world's most dangerous bird. But yeah, Mayor Space says dig at least one fossil out of every continent. I would love to. Yeah. And nope, Thursday Birds Day hasn't happened yet, Dan the BC Man. We usually do that toward the end of the stream on Thursday. So you're still good.
Long after that event, long after the age of the giants, the death of the last dinosaurs and the emergence of our ancestors are events separated by tens of millions of years.
Yep.
The first evidence of these creatures confused people. Dragons, they said, giants. But gradually the truth dawned that the evidence was pointing to a whole new class of extinct creatures. Scientists gave them a name, which means terrible lizard. And since those first discoveries, barely 200 years ago, their evidence has been found just about everywhere. And outback Queensland seems to have been a particularly popular home or hunting ground to a number of different species of the terrible lizard.
I would quibble with that a little bit. I'm really picking nits here, being very nitpicky. But it's not like this was a particularly popular place for dinosaurs. It's just that we happen to have rocks of the right age that are there at the surface in this place. In outback Queensland, it's just kind of by the luck of the draw that Mesozoic rocks from the age of the dinosaurs, are right there at the surface. And other places, those rocks are way deeper, or they've already been eroded away and they're already gone. Yeah. So it's really luck rather than like, oh, this was a very popular place for dinosaurs. Dinosaurs lived all over the place, on all 7 continents on Earth, including Antarctica. In fact, Antarctica and Australia used to be stuck together in one landmass. Hundreds of millions of years ago. So yeah. And then I also saw we had a some comments from Pope 20232 about subduction of ocean bottom sediments. Yeah, let me show you a quick graphic of that, Pope. Yeah. Here we go. So yeah, when we're talking about sediments at the bottom of the ocean, they don't tend to last very long. Like the oldest oceanic rocks that we have anywhere in the world are like 200 million years old. Because oceanic crust, it tends to be more dense, I think, than continental crust. And so it forms on these spreading ridges, like the Ring of Fire. You've got these volcanoes that are producing new rock. And then from that, they spread out, and then they get pushed under the continents, underneath the continental crust. And so the very oldest oceanic crust that we have anywhere in the world is like early Jurassic period. It's like maybe 190 million years old or something like that. But frequently it's younger than that. And it basically gets pushed down into the mantle and then melts. And part of that subduction like that is what causes us to have coast mountain ranges, like the coastal range here in California. Again, to go back to this, the Marin headlands that you see behind me right here along the Pacific coast, the San Francisco Bay Area, these are the result of that oceanic crust being, subducted this way and being pushed under. It melts, and then that forces up these mountains here. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense. Yeah. So yeah.
Lope, he tells me, you're one of these archaeologist fellas.
Well, he's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
Mama_Isa_fan and their 12 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Mama is a fan. How are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you? How did your screen go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome, Mama is a fan and raiders. How are things? Yeah. With Family in Tow is rating you now, so let's heck and go. Yes, indeed. Meditative Crafter. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. And you're doing well? I am so glad to hear that, Mama. Welcome back. Welcome back. Tell me a little bit about your stream, if you wouldn't mind. I'd love to hear how it went, what you got up to. And welcome to Paleontologizing. We are today talking about dinosaurs from Australia, because today happens to be Australia's National Day. Well, January 26th is. It's still the 25th here. Here in the San Francisco Bay Area, it's still January 25th. But in Australia, it's already the 26th. Australia's National Day. So we're talking about Australian dinosaurs today. Yeah. And watching the game Sunday? What game is that, John? Again, I'm not from Australia. Yeah. Mama is a fan says it went well. We made a bunch of 9 patch blocks for a quilt top. We'll finish on Saturday.
Is like.
And Enganet Angie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Doing some quilting, Mama is a fan. Very cool. Very cool. Quilting is hard work. It's labor intensive. Holy cow. Yeah. But yeah. The superb owl. I'd say most owls are pretty high quality. Verging on superb there, Rosand. 49 versus ravens. I like ravens a lot. Corvids are some of my very favorite birds. John Papones. Oh, it's a football game? Yeah, I don't know. I love playing sports. I get bored to tears watching sports. Never been something I've been interested in. I love to play football, soccer, aka football, street hockey, whatever, but yeah. I love playing sports. Pretty good. A fast runner. Pretty coordinated. Terrible at watching sports. Just can't do it. I get so bored. But yeah. And cuervo is Spanish for crow. That makes a lot of sense. Probably from the Latin word corvus. HD. Yeah. And Australian sports aren't real, says Slumber. Really? Are they all rigged? Like wrestling? I've never played rugby, Hugan. It does sound interesting. If I could learn the rules, I'm sure I could do it. But yeah, this is a wooden keyboard. That's actual wood grain there, and I've got a matching mouse. Whoever was asking. Yeah. And John Papona says, I like your setup. Is it a prop set for streams or real office? I just moved here recently, so I'm turning it into a real office. Oh, and hang on. Jesus, goodness. That's not a still. That's, the camera freezes sometimes. But yeah, this is my real office. Real bookcase, real books. I actually conduct real research here. Or will, I guess. I just moved here, like, a little over a month ago. But yeah. But it's set up with all kinds of lights and stuff for streaming, too. But yeah. Anyway, Danny's Science Lair. I like that, Dr. Irrefutable, yeah. And Mama is a fan, says, I love your setup. Thank you, Mama. I appreciate that. Irasaki says, it looks good. Thank you. Yeah. I'm very lucky to be here. Let's say that. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our documentary here, shall we? Yeah, talking about dinosaurs of Australia.
Home or hunting ground to a number of different species of the terrible lizard. The Greek word for which is DINOSAURS.
Wait, what? And how about them Doldgas? I'm not from Australia, Lilith Obo. I don't know what that is. How about them Doldgas? I'm not. You lost me. Yeah, sorry. What did she say here? Oh, shoot. Okay, what button did I push that brought it back to the beginning of this? Let's run an experiment here. End. Okay. Shift? No. This happened last week too? It's not an arrow key. I don't know what button I pushed, but it just brought us back to the very beginning of the episode, which was not what I was trying to do. Anyway, yeah. Where were we? Let's go here. Yeah.
Scientists gave them a name, which means terrible lizard. And since those first discoveries, barely 200 years ago, their evidence has been found just about everywhere. And outback Queensland seems to have been a particularly popular home or hunting ground to a number of different species of the terrible lizard. The Greek word for which is DINOSAURS.
Is it? I don't know if that's right. Dinosaurus? Maybe that's how you say it in modern Greek, but I don't know. Yeah.
The dinosaurs that roamed the outback were different from those that have been found in other parts of the world. We can never see them in real life, but we can imagine what they look like. This is an ornithopod. He's a local, and we can tell by his footprints that he was pretty quick.
So this is what we would call a hypsilophodontid, like we were talking about earlier before those raids. These are like small running two-legged, beaky, plant-eating dinosaurs. Hypsilophodontids. I put quotation marks around it because it turns out that this is probably not a group where they're all each other's closest relatives. It's probably like an artificial group where, like, similar-looking dinosaurs, we just kind of lumped them into this, even though they're not actually related to each other. But this seems to be like a pretty common body plan for dinosaurs. It worked really, really well to be a small, beaky, two-legged, fast-running, plant-eating dinosaur. Yeah, there's your classic Hypsilophodon right there that gave this group its name. Good old Hypsilophodon. But then you've got these guys. I think these might be the newly named Vectodromius, if this is from Nick Longrich's blog. Yeah, these guys. So they were small, they were beaky, and little beaks, ran on two legs. They're kind of like the dinosaur equivalent of like a deer or a gazelle or something. Yeah, and so there's different groups of ornithopod or ornithischian dinosaurs that evolve this similar body plan, because it just works, you know? That makes sense? Or a speedo, there you go, Claire. Small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian is an acronym. Speedo for these guys. But yeah. Yeah. Ungoy says, do you think you can take one down barehanded? I'd have to use gloves, Ungoy.
Discovering him and all the other creatures that once called this place home has happened because of a chance find
that beak,
made
they could bite
by
my fingers
David
off.
Elliott.
Yeah.
The Elliots have been sheep and cattle farmers in the Winton district for several generations.
And that name, Elliot, sounds familiar. Either there... I can't remember if there's a dinosaur that's been nicknamed Elliot, like a particular specimen has been nicknamed Elliot, that individual one, or if Ellioti is a species name, like if there's been an actual dinosaur species named after the Elliot family. I bet you it's that. Yeah, I bet you it's like Winton Titan or Australovenator or somebody like that. Yeah.
The Elliots have been sheep and cattle farmers in the Winton district for several generations.
Oh, Cryolophosaurus ellioti. Yeah, Miug, you're right. I don't know if it's named after that David Elliott, though. Or Elliott family. It could be, but I don't think so. Yeah. And he just won an award today. Did he really, Dinosaur Dave? Well, holy cow. Outback Queensland, dinosaur pioneer David Elliott named 2024 local hero. Let's get some paleo salutes in the chat there. Been waiting to mention it. Very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Very cool. He was mustering sheep when he stumbled across a dinosaur fossil. His chance discovery in 1999 led to the revival of paleontology in Australia, well, dinosaur paleontology at least, and put the creation of a tourism industry that put outback Queensland on the map. As scientists flocked to the region, Elliott and his wife Judy established a dinosaur and natural history museum. The couple conducted dinosaur digs on their Winton property and built a collection of fossils. The not-for-profit operation quickly expanded and moved up to an alternative site. It has grown to become a major tourist attraction and center for paleontology, having the world's largest collection of Australian dinosaur fossils. For his contribution to science, Elliott has been named Australia's local hero for 2024. Holy cow. That is super exciting. I simply represent the hard work and passion of a lot of people, and I'm just proud to be one of them, he said. I love that. Elliott said the dinosaurs helped bring income to regional centers that were dying as people moved to bigger cities. Keeping the small communities of outback Australia alive is imperative. Our nation depends on them. Australia's children must also be taught about the nation's past in order to better care for it, he said. National Australia Day Council Chair John Foreman said the Order of Australia medal recipient had helped his entire community. David and everyday Queensland pastoralist who discovered something extraordinary, has dedicated himself to sharing Australia's dinosaur history and the importance of keeping regional Australia viable and sustainable, Mr. Foreman said. Very, very cool. That is awesome. Can we find a video about this, maybe? Let's see. Here we go from ABC Australia.
We head out to the black soil plains of North Queensland to go digging for what could be the largest dinosaur ever found in Australia.
Oh, this is so cool.
The very bulk of Australia's dinosaurs are in the Winton Formation.
Yeah.
I didn't want to see all of these fossils leave the district and not be able to do something for the district.
Yeah. Good for him. Holy cow.
Something that looks like a teen shed out the back. It's got to be as good as anything in the world.
Very
It's
cool.
just growing
Very cool.
Every year, people just keep coming back.
There's something about fossils. There's something about ancient life that just fascinates me. And it's not just me, it's people from all over the country, all over the world. This is the most best preserved sauropod trackway in Australia. What you see with these rings are their tracks. Quite amazing, because to actually see that full sequence of footsteps for like 50 metres, they can work out the height of the animal just by the stride. So they would have been up around the roof, stomping through here. We were going to build a little dinosaur museum in Winton, just a little local museum. After a couple of years, we were finding so much dinosaur material, and the Australian Age of Dinosaurs Museum suddenly took on a whole new meaning.
Yeah. There's Australovenator right there.
Children grow up to understand where their continent has come from, because they're the custodians of it in the future. I see that as one of the biggest things that the Australian Age of Dinosaurs can do for Australia.
It's just been phenomenal to watch it grow, and David comes up with another idea and gets more funding and it makes it happen, and you just think this fella's vision is endless.
It's lovely being part of a small town and knowing something that has grown ginormous as the age of dinosaurs. What I love about it is you meet so many people that come to town that are dead set dinosaur mad. We met a lady the other night. She came to town to do a couple of weeks up there as a volunteer, and she was just leaving after 8 years.
Yeah, the tourism's a really big thing now. Travellers come through. People from the city got to get stuff from here because it's the dinosaurs. And I love the dinosaurs.
I look at the museum and think this is a beautiful thing because there's so many people becoming involved in it from all around the country. Places like this become major destinations, and we can sort of start getting regional Australia back on the map.
His passion to start where he did in his shed on a property to a well-renowned exhibit now, like it's Australia's premier dinosaur exhibition, and we call ourselves the dinosaur capital of Australia, and it can only benefit the community as well.
Holy cow.
The culture that he has nurtured up there, the dinosaur culture, and then the whole town that welcomes it, and we definitely know you're a dinosaur person.
My probably biggest passion is giving back to the region. Your personal reward you get is seeing something happen. You think, I always reckon that would work. I knew that would have to work, But when it did, you're still surprised, But it's a good feeling.
Very cool. Congratulations, holy cow, to David Elliott. That is pretty awesome. Here is a link to that video there.
For that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Is that true, Patrick Crusader? That's a dire
Paleo
story.
salute Paleo Apato 1 Paleo Apato
Thank you
2,
for the
Paleo
8 months of
Apato 3,
support.
Paleo
Holy
Apato
cow.
4, Paleo Science
Really appreciate that. Holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Ungoy says, do Australians drive on the wrong side of the road? No, that's the left side of the road is the correct side of the road because it's in the southern hemisphere due to the Coriolis effect, Ungoy. Didn't you ever see that Simpsons episode? But yeah. That makes perfect sense. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, that's why they drive on that side of the road in Argentina and in Chile, in Brazil, and South Africa as well. Yeah. And England also. Because the Prime Meridian runs through England, it's considered an honorary member of the Southern Hemisphere. Famously. Ireland and Japan. Exactly, Frazo, yeah. Yeah, them too. Well, they just wanted to fit in. Yeah. And there you go, HD, yes. Yeah. As someone who's raised chickens, it's fascinating. Yeah, Lord Kobayas. There's an excellent book you should check out about that, Lord Kobayas, if you've not seen it yet. And you've seen the TED Talks, right? Yeah, this book, How to Build a Dinosaur, by Jack Horner. You can get it either as a physical book or an audio book through services like Audible and stuff like that. It's good. It's good. I think you'd like it a lot. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Iconic Song says, I'm too gullible, don't do this to me. Iconic Song, you're not gullible, you're just very trusting. Yeah. Oh, and Lord Kobayas, here, start off with, I'll link you, well, here, I think Claire Burr made a command for us. There we go, yeah. Check those out. Those YouTube links right there will kind of catch you up a little bit on the Dino Chicken Project. Yeah. And, well, we're off to cool down. It's almost 40 degrees Celsius here. Holy cow, Dinosaur Dave. Almost like it's summertime down there in the Southern Hemisphere. Almost, right? Have fun, enjoy the Aussie Dinos and Deep Dives. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. I appreciate that. Maybe we'll do your Dinosaur Deep Dives another time so that you could be here for them, Dinosaur Dave. Because that would be cool. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And thank you for sharing, Dinosaur Dave. Here, let's continue with our documentary here.
This is David's property, Belmont. He was
so there he is there. Man of the Year, 2024.
For several generations.
And Miscreation, holy cow.
This is
That's
David's
warm
property,
still,
Belmont. Yeah. He was mustering sheep on the place when he found the monster thigh bone that started our story. David is taking me to the site of that historic discovery.
That's a cool truck.
David Elliott's find.
Oh man, that's a cool truck. Is that a Land Cruiser? Is that a Toyota Land Cruiser right there? This is easily 1,000,000 times, maybe 100 million times cooler than like American-built trucks like a Ford F-150 or a Chevy Silverado 1500 or whatever. I used to sell those trucks. Basura. Garbage. This is what you want. Holy cow. Yeah. Call them Utes. Is that short for utility, Ironbark?
Which triggered unprecedented excitement.
It looks like a Land Cruiser. Like an old Land Cruiser. It really does.
David Elliott's find, which triggered
Look at that. No frills. Just purely utilitarian. This isn't one of those cowboy Cadillacs. This isn't one of those, air-conditioned minivans that try and get passed off as trucks here in the U.S. That's a real, wilderness machine right there. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Oh, man.
Unprecedented excitement was identified as the thigh bone from a sauropod, now fittingly nicknamed Elliott.
Emotional support vehicles. Yeah, there you go, Roseanne. Yeah.
Yep. So I've seen the size of the femur. I mean, was it sticking up out of the ground? Did you?
This is coming from somebody who his field vehicle is. Well, maybe I can find you a picture of my vehicle in the field. You know, I try to be on the pragmatic side of things. Alright, yeah. There's me in the field. That's not my vehicle. That belongs to the Utah Geological Survey. This is, this past summer, digging out in Grand County, Utah. Grand County, right? Not Emory County? It was Grand County. There is my field vehicle. Right here. Yeah. This vehicle has done more off-roading, has hauled more dinosaur fossils, has blazed more wilderness trails than 99.99% of all the gigantic pickup trucks that you see on the road here in the United States. This is my 2008 Toyota Prius with specialty off-road tires, underbody skid plates to protect the undercarriage from any rocks or anything like that, and a 2-inch lift in order to raise the undercarriage, make it more capable off-road. Yeah, Ungoy says not even a Subaru? There was a Subaru that got stuck going up one of the roads to get to camp here in Utah. My Toyota Prius made it up there. Subaru got stuck. I had to help him out. So yeah. John Pabona says 0 to 60 in 10 years. No, it's actually surprisingly zippy. This is actually faster off the block than my old Toyota FJ Cruiser that I used to have. And way faster than my Suzuki Samurai that I had. Holy cow. That would literally take that was 0 to 60 in 40 seconds. This is way, 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 way faster than that on the highway. Honestly, this is actually the fastest car I've ever owned. But yeah. And how does the Prius off-road, says Dame Karen? Well, you drive carefully and you modify it like I did. There's a company here in California called Prius Off-Road. I kid you not. Really cool guy runs this. But lift kits for Prius. For Priuses? Yeah. You would be hard-pressed to find a more pragmatic, practical, no-frills vehicle than a Toyota Prius. 48 miles to the gallon. The most reliable vehicle on the road. It consistently tops the list of vehicles that need the fewest repairs. These things are bulletproof. They make, Dodge Ram pickups look like, prissy vanity vehicles, which they mostly are. It's, yeah. And if you don't believe me, here, check out this opinion piece from Road and Track. The Toyota Prius is the best apocalypse vehicle. Range, capability, and durability make a car we don't typically think about into the perfect solution. Yeah. It's something special. The Toyota Prius. It really is. I love the art here. I do not have a minigun on top of mine. I do not have a Gauss 7 cannon. Like on an A10 Warthog. I do not have that. That would seriously cut down on the aerodynamics of the vehicle, which is one of the most important things. But yeah. And so this is a hybrid, John Paponis, yeah. Although you can get some that are plug-in hybrids. But anyway. Yeah. And Johnny says, never thought I'd be seeing this kind of conversation about the Prius. I've owned a lot of, like, well, not a lot of. I've owned 2 really serious off-road vehicles in my life. Neither of them did as well as the Prius does. Yeah, here, let me show you my old Suzuki Samurai that I had. I had a 1988 Suzuki Samurai, which was... It was a joy to drive. I loved that car. But it just turned out to be not very practical in the long run. Because it just wasn't that reliable. The fuel economy wasn't very good. It wasn't that durable. It was at least very no frills, but it, goodness, where is that? I gotta look it up on my hard drive. Hang on a sec. Fieldwork photos. There we go. Let's see, Hell Creek 2013. Let's see, almost. There we go. Yeah. This was my 1988 Suzuki Samurai right here. Which had excellent four-wheel drive, very, very narrow, so it could fit on very, like, narrow Forest Service roads and stuff. But the engine exploded driving back from the field. Driving on the highway was this vehicle's real weakness. The housing for the air filter came loose, and so it was just sucking in straight air without being filtered, and then it shot a rod. I miss this car to this day, but it also didn't have airbags or any real safety features or anything. The Prius is a zillion times safer than this. Oh yeah. And then after that, I had a... Let's see, 2015... No, I still had the same right back then, too. That's when it blew up. But I had a... Here, let me just look up a picture online, because I don't know if I have an actual photo. It was a 2007 Toyota FJ Cruiser in black. And this had a bull bar on the front, and off-road tires. It had a lift. It looked a lot like this. Yeah. But again, you don't need a vehicle that big, especially in the field. It was too wide to fit on some of the narrower Forest Service roads. Really difficult to see over the hood. It was too heavy. It got like 10 miles to the gallon. Garbage fuel economy. A great vehicle, but just not economical and not very practical. It's more of like a vanity kind of thing, I realized after a while. So, yeah. Anyway. No filter usually equals a rough trip. Yeah, there you go, Retro Roadshow. Yes, yes. Retro says, my dream summer car is a 92 Toyota Celica. Nice. Did they make a convertible one, or am I thinking of the Solara? Probably thinking of the Solara, aren't I? Yeah. I think you need a Paleo bus. I'd have to get a commercial driver's license for that, Retro Roadshow. Yeah. I don't know. Bus, you don't want a super long wheelbase when you're driving over some of these. It would get stuck. It would be like, it would be like this. This is right here in San Francisco. This is what would happen to a bus out in the field. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. And I love that the sign here just says hill. They didn't read the sign. Yeah. why it's good to have a really short wheelbase. Yeah. Italian job. There you go, Armageddon. Yeah. Yeah. Hope they tipped the driver. Yeah. I don't know. If I were this driver, I'd probably quit on the spot. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. We went off on this whole tangent because of this, I guess. Yeah. Which really looks like a Land Cruiser. And I love the like hinge here, so you can put the windshield down. I had this on the Samurai too. Cool stuff.
David Elliott's find, which triggered unprecedented excitement, was identified as the thigh bone from a sauropod, now fittingly nicknamed Elliott.
That's why. Okay.
Elliott.
Yep, this is where we found Elliott.
So I've seen the size of the femur. I mean, was it sticking up out of the ground? Did you almost trip over it?
No, it was funny really, because what was happening, I was mustering a mob of sheep and I was trying to bring them to the bore, which is about 1 kilometre or so to the other side of us here. And of course, when you've got sheep that don't want to go where you're trying to make them go, and I was just going backwards and forwards here, probably pretty cranky, and I had to swerve the bike to miss a bunch of...
Interesting, he uses a motorbike and not horses like in the old days. Interesting. And what is this, Rose Sand? Let's see. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Oh, man. 1979 Toyota Land Cruiser HJ45 Trayback Ute. Gorgeous. Lovely. Man, someday somebody's going to come up with a low-cost, like, electric conversion kit for vehicles like this, and then you'll have the perfect vehicle. You could solar charge it, or you could just plug it into the house, or you could, yeah, just think about that. Think about how cool that would be. Oh, man. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
As I went past, I thought, that's not your average rock. So I had sheep
Not a
going
rock.
that way, I had sheep going that way, and I still turned around again.
Went back.
Yeah, I still
So it was
went
actually
back.
the sheep that led you to the
The
dinosaur
sheep led me to the,
bones.
yeah, that's it, yeah. And we knew that if we brought it up and brought it home, we'd never get any work done for a week, and we were really busy, so we purposely left it here, and it was here for a year.
So you just left the bones
Yeah,
out?
yeah, they stay there.
Okay,
Yeah,
well.
yeah, it's as you do. But we did finally pick it up. So we collected everything, we took it back to the house, and we had it on a big old ping pong table in the house. But as we fed them together, this bone got bigger and bigger, so eventually we had a bone about this wide across the base, and this shape. And you could see it was the end of a leg bone.
David and his wife Judy knew they had something special. So David invited the Queensland Museum to come and have a look.
At this stage, I had nothing to do with paleontology. I ran the property, you know, and that's what I did. So I just brought them in, thinking, oh, yeah, they'll say, yeah, it's definitely dinosaur bone, yeah. But they walked in, and I just remember one of the girls sitting back and saying, wow, you know. So the Queensland Museum organised a small group of their own people. So there's about 6 or 7 of them who came out, lived in our shearing quarters for a week. They were determined that
I've done this kind of thing before. When I was with Museum of the Rockies, we would go stay on ranches and stuff like that to be able to go do field work. We'd sleep in a cattle shed at night. Yeah. I feel like I'd be right at home in Australia. You know?
there was more.
Yeah.
A team of paleontologists from the Queensland Museum put in a huge effort with shovels and crowbars, but after a week of digging, they still hadn't found anything. They concluded the chance discovery of a partial thigh bone they had dubbed Elliott was an isolated fragment rather than part of a still hidden skeleton.
What wide an area did they dig?
He's a farmer and he knows the unique characteristics of the soil in these parts.
Yeah.
So what made you think that you needed to get them to dig deeper?
When you look at this black soil country, like, it just looks all the same, but it's not just a layer that goes all the way down for 10, 20, 30 metres deep. It's only 1 metre deep. And what it is the weathering layer. So that's there. You probably need to go and look where it might have come from, rather than look where it is at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I sort of had a pretty fair idea that that's probably what we should be doing. That's why I sort of said, look, you know, we need to get below, get all this black soil off, and then have a look underneath, which is what we suggested to them.
Nice.
So you've decided that you're going to dig further.
We brought the tractor out that afternoon and, we just kept digging away. And I got down about 1 metre and we were very lucky because we dug pretty well exactly over top of where the bone was. We could have been 10 metres.
So this is tricky. Anytime you use like big equipment like this at a fossil site, you risk digging through the bone itself. This is why we as professional paleontologists are really reticent to use big excavation equipment at a fossil site, because you might just dig straight through it,
There's a way not even found it, but we were very lucky. We were right on top of it. I was just digging and dumping, and go and get another load and dump it. And Judy was just there with a shovel going through the mounds to see, if there was anything. Next minute she starts waving her hands, and I said, what's gone? She said, it's got something. So I said, oh, God. So I jumped off the tractor and I went across and had a look. It was the end of the femur. It was the opposite end of the femur that I had found. The base had already come to the top, probably thousands of years ago, all broken down into little pieces. The head was still in one big piece, down about 1 metre, and then underneath that was the shaft.
Very cool.
So we thought, well, we'll wait till the Queensland Museum blokes turn up. They're going to turn up sometime or other. And he looks at it and he said, what's that? I said, what do you think it is? And he grabs it and tips it over and, slapping us on the back.
Oh, that's so cool.
Dr. Scott Hucknall is a vertebrate paleontologist and senior curator at the Queensland Museum's Geosciences Department. He was one of the first academics to respond to David's discovery and has been involved with Winton's dinosaurs ever since. So this is where it all began. This is Elliot.
Yeah, this is the Elliot femur.
Oh, interesting, Lenina.
Well, when we went into his dining room and David shows us this big chunk of
in
bone,
Texas,
even
right?
The fragment
Cool.
at the time was just to blow away our mouths were wide open, just looking at this thing going, wow, that's a huge dinosaur, even just from a fragment.
But you wouldn't have found it without the bulldozer.
That's right. It's kind of ironic. This amazing natural history revolution where we're finding more dinosaurs than we ever have in the past revolves around one thing, using a big loader.
So paleontologists before Elliot, they weren't using big equipment?
Well, most of the discoveries would have been...
I think that the closed captioning is still set to American English. You gotta set it to the Australian setting.
Found just like the first bit of Elliot on the surface, and paleontologists going out there would have simply picked the stuff up off the surface, collected it, brought it back to the museum, and that was it. Their concept of fossils out there was basically that the layer which had the bone in it had disappeared, and what was left is all you had. But in fact, it's the opposite way around. The stuff that was on the surface was just the tip of the iceberg. Everything else was underneath the ground.
Have we found anything like it before?
Not something this big. So we made the big announcement that this was Australia's largest dinosaur. But the fact is that just led on to all these new discoveries with huge dinosaurs. And the exciting thing from that point of view is that what we have here is just the tip of the iceberg, just the start of one of the most amazing periods in Australian natural history.
Very cool.
David Elliott's discovery triggered Australia's dinosaur revolution. It was now time to discover what other secrets were buried in the Winton region. Nothing we can see in Winton today gives any clue to the prehistoric landscape. Isolated from other land masses, Australia would become home to unique flora and fauna. The country around Winton was once forested wetland adorned with lush vegetation. It can be hard to imagine unless you have the knowledge of a local farmer or of a scientist. Dr. Alex Cook, a paleontologist and once senior curator of geosciences at the Queensland Museum, was one of the first paleontologists to become involved in digging for bones in this part of the world. Now, I hear that you're one of the first paleontologists that actually went out to the discovery site. How was that?
It was awe-inspiring. The first time we laid eyes on the first bone of Elliot, we knew we had a very, very large dinosaur, much larger than anything that had been ever found before on the Australian continent. And when we went to the site, we realised that there were bones strewn over 400 metres. So that we knew we were going to have the biggest dinosaur dig ever to have happened in Australia. So it was a very
unfortunate closed captioning there.
That was
Oh
pretty
no!
significant for Australian paleontology then. I mean, how much work had been done before that?
Been a little bits and pieces done on the fossil dinosaurs of Queensland. Not a huge amount, but The finds that had been made by chance. This one, also made by chance, was the first time we'd systematically dug a huge excavation for a dinosaur.
I've been seeing some pretty spectacular landscape around here, but what am I actually looking at?
The landscapes in this area are made up of rocks of the Winton Formation.
Yeah.
The Winton Formation is a group of rocks which makes up the youngest part of the Great Artesian Basin. They were deposited here between 98 and 95 million years ago.
It's got a pretty well constrained
environments such as river plains, in lakes, in creeks and streams. These were environments where dinosaurs thrived, and we get those animals preserved in the rocks of the Winton Formation.
What is it about the geology which gives it that exceptional preservation characteristics?
A couple of things happened after the deposition of the Winton Formation. It was buried fairly quickly, so we have lots of sediment pouring into the Great Artesian Basin, and that helped preserve the fossils and the dinosaur bones in particular.
And so what have all these finds meant for Australian paleontology?
In the last 10 years, there have been so many new discoveries of dinosaurs around the Winton district.
I thought that was Finland.
This has added a great deal to the international interest in what's here in Australia, and the fact that we do actually have dinosaurs, despite looking for 100 years, and that there are different types, and there's a unique fauna of dinosaurs.
And
HD and HB brings up an interesting point, or an important point. Step 2, get buried quickly. Yes, indeed. When we're talking about fossilization, how does one become a fossil? Well, you got to follow this procedure here. If anybody here in chat dreams of becoming a fossil one day, these are the steps to follow.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers. Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
So getting buried quickly, like this paleontologist said, I didn't actually catch his name. Not familiar with him. But he was saying that this is a basin where you've got rapid deposition. You've got, you know, like lots of accommodational space where you've got these sediments coming in and burying all kinds of stuff. So you've already got the rapid burial part of that down, which is really important.
Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton, or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
Yeah.
Step 4, wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
So there you go. Now you know how to become a fossil, chap. So yeah, as he was saying, rapid deposition is one of the really, really important factors that makes the Winton Formation rich in dinosaur fossils.
Yes, there have been so many new discoveries of dinosaurs around the Winton district that this has added a great deal to the international interest in what's here in Australia, and the fact that we do actually have dinosaurs, despite looking for 100 years, and that there are different types, and there's a unique fauna of dinosaurs.
And do we still have more work to go?
At the moment, there's about 60 dinosaur sites on the books that haven't been dug up.
Realman Grow Beards, would it be possible for a fossil to be made of gold? So, opal is not an element on the periodic table like gold is. Gold is AU. It's got a an atomic number of how many protons are in gold? Shoot.
I've done a lot of crazy things in my life, but never stuck my head into a hornet's nest.
Let's see. Where's it on here? The colors are throwing me off. Where's AU? Gold. This is messing with my head. Let's find a different one. There we go. Yeah. Copper, nickel, zinc. You really don't, right? There it is. 79. Didn't realize it was that high. 79 protons in gold. So opal is itself a compound. It's made of multiple elements. Gold itself is a totally different kind of element. And so dinosaur fossils, which, you know, a dinosaur's bones originally are going to be calcium, they're going to be, you know, like organic compounds like that, calcium apatite, that kind of thing. You'd have to actually have those turn into a different element. They could be infused with gold, I suppose, in the same way that dinosaur fossils can be infused with stuff like uranium and stuff like that. But they're not going to actually turn to gold. Whereas opalization is a different kind of process. Yeah. Here, take a look at this.
Look at this. This is a dinosaur jawbone found in Cooper Pedy. It's got the structure of the jawbone. As yet, the dinosaurs is unidentified. But look at the amount of gem colour into it. Just a real stunning specimen. This is in our museum on the Gold Coast. No offers, please. Definitely not for sale. Just an amazing specimen.
Very cool. Yeah. So opalization happens. Let's see. Opalized fossils. Oh boy. Oh goodness. This is one of the things you got to be careful of when you're searching for stuff on YouTube. How opals and agates form from... Is this what I think it is? Mud Fossil University? Oh boy. This is the guy who looks at mountain ranges and goes, oh, that's the skeleton of a dragon that's, you know, as large as the continent of Africa. Like, just completely bonkers conspiracy theory nonsense. It's really wild. And apparently it's got a video on how opals form, which... Oh boy. Yeah, really crazy. I'm gonna have to look at some of these later. I didn't realize he had so many different videos. It's crazy, crazy stuff. It's not a comedy channel. This guy is legitimately, loco for Choco Puffs. As professional psychologists would characterize it. Sir, we're sorry, but, the diagnosis has come back, and, we're afraid to say that, you are loco for Choco Puffs. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Charcone says, I used to work in a dental lab. There was a grandmother who wanted the birthstones of each of her children embedded in her crowns. Some people just really don't understand anything at all about geology, mineralogy, or dentistry. Oh boy. Yeah. And hey, Sparky Pugwash, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. What? I'm morbidly curious about this. I searched dinosaur on his channel. What's he going to say about this?
Friend, just out today, listen to this. Longest neck of any animal ever. New fossil analysis reveals dinosaur with a 50-foot neck.
So this is a Mamenchisaur, judging by the illustration here. I show this illustration all the time. It's a really nice Mamenchisaurus picture by Julia de Oliveira. Okay. Not familiar with that paleo artist, but she's talented. She or he? Julia? Sounds like a she, but I could be wrong.
Unbelievable. Look at that. Well, let's see if that is the longest neck of any creature ever.
Oh, boy.
Okay. I'm not sure if dinosaurs were dragons, but dragons were certainly creatures. And this is certainly more than 50 feet long, this dragon's neck. Now, you say, Roger, I don't see a dragon. Well, let me just point it out for you. This is all obscured up in here because he was...
And he's drawing on his computer screen with a dry erase marker.
But this is basically the outline of all of the dragon. And here is his throat. It runs right down here. Well, that's scales. His throat actually is...
Oh, boy.
Here. So this is his...
So these are like satellite photos of a mountain range.
All right, so the whole thing here is his neck. And here's his red flaring eye, and it flashes back like this. Which is all written about. This was the funny thing is, this is Typhon. It was written about in Apollodorus.
At least it's Linux. Maybe that's
so high it often.
Noir superstar. Love your username.
You see what we're looking at here. He spits stuff down.
Dig that reference.
Out of his beards. There's two beards, one right here and one right here.
This is not the weirdest Linux user I've ever seen.
Toxin, and that's where it came out down here to hit.
Linux is one of those things that, like, oh man, more power to you, but
50-foot neck.
Yeah. Let's
do some measurements. Let's back out of here. I'll erase my drawings, and we'll do some measurements on.
Oh boy, this is a phenomenon that we call pareidolia. Seeing patterns where they don't exist. Here's an example of that. Or here's an explainer to kind of... This is a good take-home message for the day, actually. Pareidolia.
Take a look at this. What do you see? Do you see a wide-eyed wolf snarling?
I see a pelvis.
A two-headed angel with its wings spread out? Maybe...
No, this is a human pelvis right there. Where you've got the sacrum, and then you've got the iliac crests up here, and then the coccyx down there. Yeah, you also see a pelvis, Johnny X. Nice. Nice.
Krusty the Clown looking at himself in the mirror. Now look at this. If you're like most people, you probably see a bunch of rock. But if you're the internet, then you see proof that tiny alien fairies are walking around on Mars. The first picture I showed you was a kind of psychological exercise. I'm sure you've heard of it. A Rorschach test. Nearly 100 years ago, Swiss psychiatrist Hermann Rorschach came up with this method to get insights into his patients' personalities. He showed his patients random symmetrical ink patterns and asked them to describe what they saw.
I see a blue dress.
Like if a patient described
I see a gold dress, HD. What's wrong with you?
Antisocial tendencies or anxiety. Sounds pretty subjective, and it was, which is why it's not used in psychology much anymore. But the second picture that I showed you is not random or abstract or part of a psychological test, at least not an intentional one. It's one of the thousands of images that have been sent to Earth by the Curiosity rover on Mars. And over the past couple of weeks, a small but noisy corner of the internet has been fixated on what it thinks is a woman in this picture. You see it? Let's zoom in. Anything there? Yeah.
And Claire Burr, I had the same thing with Rorschach tests. So I, not long after I moved back to California, I dated a psychologist, and just for fun, we did like some Rorschach test kind of things because of like, you're a psychologist, let's do these. I was really excited about it. And I'm like, oh, can we do this? And then I just saw like anatomical features in every single one of them. I'm like, oh yeah, well, that's the acetabulum of a pelvis right there. This is clearly a rib cage of a mammal because you've got thoracic and lumbar vertebrae. The rib cage doesn't go all the way down the, to the pelvis. Anyway, yeah, they were fun. But yeah, I always saw like different elements of skeletal anatomy, or like Leninus says, animals too. And she's like, yeah, these don't work on you, Danny. She's like, for people who are, what we would call, I don't know, it's a, I kind of hate this term because it sounds really hoity-toity, really lofty. But people who are subject matter experts, you know, people who study something and they're very passionate about it, and that's kind of their whole deal, you know? People like scientists. Yeah, she's like, yeah, it doesn't really work on people like that. So yeah. Yeah.
That's it.
And but I did work in radiology for. There you go, Dame Karen. Yeah. Yeah. We've been immunized to Rorschach tests. There you go, Claire Burr. Yeah. And Johnny. Me too.
Apparently. Now, I won't waste your time by explaining why, after more than a century of observations and 7 working spacecraft sent to its surface, we know that there are not little nymphs hopping around on Mars. But I do want to tell you why people keep seeing all kinds of crazy stuff there. Because this lady is only the latest weird manifestation to supposedly appear in pictures from Curiosity. Just this summer alone, the media have been replete with reports of people seeing a crab, an alien's head, and a pyramid on the surface of Mars. And if you remember the giant face on Mars back in the 80s and 90s, you know that none of this is new. The fact is, both the wolf in the ink blot and the woman on Mars are the result of the same psychological phenomenon. It's known as pareidolia, the tendency humans have to perceive familiar images, especially faces, where none exist. Pareidolia happens to everyone, and unlike a hallucination, it manifests itself as something we see in something else, like seeing Pepe the Frog in a piece of toast. Scientists have known about this phenomenon for centuries, but they've only recently begun to figure out exactly how it happens. Last year, a team of Chinese and Canadian researchers wanted to test the incidence of 2 different kinds of pareidolia, one in which people specifically see faces, and another where they see letters and words. The researchers showed participants images that were pure visual static, but they told the subjects that half of the pictures contained either faces or letters. Even though the pictures were pure gibberish, more than a third of the subjects reported that they distinctly saw something. 34% said they saw faces, and 38% said letters.
And that's really, really interesting stuff. Yeah.
Scans conducted during the tests showed that in the people who reported seeing faces, brain activity spiked in what's known as the right fusiform face area, the region that's activated when we try to recognize someone's face. Why is that important? Well, because those people weren't seeing faces. They were just told that they might be by the scientists. So this suggests that instead of being first triggered by a simple external stimulus, like an image of a human face,
they were prompted.
pareidolia automatically happens in the higher, more complex functions of the brain, where the brain already thinks it's seen a face and is trying to figure out who it is. And the phenomenon.
And so that would be different from like the cat cucumber thing. You familiar with that, chat? Here, let me make sure that we don't have copyrighted music in this. Good, we don't. Take a look at this. So, this is a thing where if you put a cucumber behind a cat while the cat is distracted, well, look at what happens. Yeah, that cat didn't happen to that cat. Yeah. Poor cat. Oh no. Oh no. Nope, didn't happen to that cat. So the idea that I've heard, I don't know if this is the well-accepted idea, but the idea that I've heard is that this is an instinctual response by cats to recognizing snakes or maybe other predatory lizards. This is just something that's hardwired into them. Where they just they see a shape like that and they...
That's not the reaction I was thinking.
Well, that was.
Yeah. So it's like seeing a pattern that isn't there, recognizing a snake or a monitor lizard or whatever. Oh boy, it's remarkable sometimes how quickly they react. You know? Yeah. And Claire Burr says it should work with hoses then too. Apparently, garden hoses work on horses. So horses also are afraid of snakes, I guess. And they will freak out sometimes if they see a garden hose on the ground. Where they're not expecting it. Because they think that it might be a snake. And this might go back to a time when snakes were a serious threat to horses. Where, like, they were an active predator of horse ancestors who were very small.
Afraid at all.
Yeah.
Alright, keep coming right behind you.
Oh boy.
Leave it. Cleo. Cleo, come.
And the dog just takes it. Oh, man. I love that. Yeah. Oh, poor cat. This looks like Mini Pie. I don't think Mini Pie would be phased by a cucumber. But I think maybe Moon Pie would, and I think Sweetie Pie definitely would. Yeah. Anyway, that's maybe another example of pareidolia in a creature that's not a human, but another kind of placental mammal. Yeah. And yeah, Niffler, I should do Metazoa soon. Darn it, yeah. Let's continue with this video, though.
Turns out to be much more common in people who believe in things they can't see. In another experiment in Finland in 2012, 47 people were shown dozens of pictures of everyday objects, some of which were altered so that they did have faintly face-like features. The subjects were then interviewed about their personal beliefs, like whether they were religious or believed in ghosts and the paranormal, or whether they were atheists or skeptics. The results showed that people who believed in the supernatural were better at finding faces in the pictures, but they were also more likely to see faces that weren't there and even assign certain emotions to them. So some of this may explain why the most popular instances of pareidolia have involved religious imagery, like when people saw the face of Jesus in a tortilla in Mexico, or when a cinnamon bun bore the likeness to many of Mother Teresa. And by most standards, thinking that there are fairies on Mars would qualify as believing in the paranormal. Humans are perceptive creatures. We've learned over the eons to see patterns, especially each other, with ease, even at great distances and in near darkness. So those pictures coming from Mars are not proof of little women living on Mars, but they are reminders of our own evolutionary development. Thank you to the viewers who asked us to explain the science behind the woman on Mars. If you have questions about topics in the news that you'd like to understand better, you can let us know. And if you want to keep getting smarter with us, you can go to youtube.com/scishow.
Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, but this brings us back to this right here. Oh boy.
These are arteries carrying major amounts of blood. These are the blood vessels that come down the sides. Off of them
oh
come
boy.
down the capillaries.
And I love that he's got a camera trained on his computer monitor. Rather than like using OBS or something like that to screen record, he's got just a video camera trained on his... Oh boy. Yeah.
That feed right into the veins. This is the vein where the end result of your blood feeds into the vein, drags it back.
Poor guy.
Toxin came out of here is totally noxious on steroids times 10. Look at this. That's true. Birds, dinosaurs, and dragons. They're all the same thing. They all flew. I don't know. I don't see any birds spitting any toxins out. But they might have. I don't know. Maybe they do. All right, see this? It says no species of bird is known to actively inject or produce venom right now. But there are some birds that are toxic to touch or eat. And they say they usually sequester
We could look up a video on the Dunning-Kruger effect as well, but I'm kind of curious just to see what the comments say on here. Oh boy. If these creatures are this big, then Earth has to be much larger than we're led to believe. Yeah. Oh boy. I really hope that everybody's just kind of memeing here and nobody really, like, believes this stuff, but in the age of TikTok, it really seems like there's just a lot of really gullible people out there. It is really hard to tell, Claireburr. Yeah. Anyway. There are some people who are being sarcastic, Sparky Pugwash, but there's other people that just seem very earnest. And, you know, they might be very kind-hearted people, but just, like, I don't know. I'll never forget the phrase that an ex-girlfriend's mom, who was a physician, used to describe some volunteers at an animal shelter, who had misgendered or mistakenly sexed a cat, where they're like, oh yeah, this cat is female. It's like, no, they just weren't looking hard enough. So they got the cat sex wrong. Anyway, she described those very kind-hearted people as being kind but dim. And there's a lot of people like that in the world, and they don't really deserve to be made fun of. You know, life's hard enough as it is. But some people just insist on making YouTube videos like this, full of nonsense, and that's, I don't know, maybe that makes them fair game for making fun. I don't know. I don't make the rules about this kind of thing, or I don't know what the rules are if the rules haven't made. But yeah. Dame Karen says, don't despair, Danny. This is why you do science communication. Yes! It's... I try, you know? Yeah. Anyway, I know 10 of those alternate believers and immediate aid. Yeah, there you go, Alexander Morrison. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway, let's do Metazoa now, Lenina, shall we? And then we'll get into Thursday Birds Day. I'll give you a link if you'd like to watch the rest of this documentary about dinosaurs from Australia. And a very, very happy Australia Day to everybody here. There's that. But yeah. Sparky Pugwash says, my heart weeps for that PC monitor. Oh, boy. Yeah. And Neil, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you, Neil. I really do. Thank you. Speaking of understanding the natural world, let's do a little game here of Metazoa. Try and continue our streak here. Niffler says pangolin. Okay. Usually I like to start off with a placental mammal, but for those of you who are new to this, brief explanation here. Metazoa is a game online. You can play it. You know, it resets every day. There's a mystery animal of the day. Your goal is to figure out today's mystery animal in as few guesses as possible. Wrong guesses will narrow down the answer by taxonomic rank. The more your guess has in common with the answer, the more you will learn about the mystery animal. And so basically we're using a phylogeny. We're using an evolutionary family tree to try and figure out what the mystery animal of the day is. So without further ado,
hold on to your butts.
Let's get into it. So, you know what? Let's start off with an Australian placental mammal. I usually like to start off with a placental mammal, which is a mammal that's not a marsupial or a monotreme, which in Australia, maybe the majority of mammals, at least by species count, are monotremes or marsupials. But let's try a dingo. No, I like that. They don't have dingo. Shoot. What's another Australian placental mammal? I could do camel Armageddon, but camels were introduced. Bilby's a marsupial, Rosand. So is a koala. Flying fox. We have those in, well, they don't have flying fox, but let's try fruit bat. That's close enough. Or, you know what? Placental mammals of Australia. The dingo is the first placent... Holy cow, they just don't have a lot of placental mammals in Australia. Well, let's start off with a bilby, I guess. Or... You know what? No. Let's start off with human. Maybe the most common placental mammal in Australia. Let's hope humans are more common than rabbits in Australia. Oh boy. But yeah. Here. Let's try human. And, oh boy. I'm glad I didn't do... I was really tempted to do, like, bilby or wombat or quokka or something. Or red kangaroo, but we would have wasted a couple guesses on that. The strategy of doing a placental mammal has paid dividends here. It saved us some guesses. And this is competitive. And so it's good to save those guesses. We know it's a Boroeutherian mammal. Let me show you what that means. So here is a representation of the Tree of Life. And let's go to the mammals here. Let's go to the babbles. Oh, babbles, babbles. I love babbles. I'm a babble. Some of my best friends are babbles. Yeah, mammals. So, within mammals, you've got this early branching group, the monotremes. Only found in Australia today. They lay eggs, echidnas and platypus. We know it's not one of those. Then you get to therian mammals going further up the tree. So this is all the mammals that aren't monotremes. It also includes the marsupials here. Yeah, of which there are about 300 extant species. But we know that this is not a marsupial. Because I searched human, and it brings us to Boroeutheria. This game works by, when you make a guess, it'll show you the most exclusive group that includes your guess and the mystery animal. So in this case, that's Boroeutheria. And within within placental mammals, you get up into Boroeutheria. So this includes bats and primates, rodents and hedgehogs, and ungulates as well. But we don't just have to guess blindly within these 4,600 species here. We can narrow this down further because we searched human, and humans are euarchontogliers. We are part of this group, rodents, primates, and more. So we can tell right off the bat it's not going to be any of these. Because if it were, Euarchontogliera would be the clade right here, not Boroeutheria. So, we can cross this off. We can eliminate 2,500 species right here. Narrow our search down. We know it's going to be some kind of Laurasiatherian. So, right off the bat, we've narrowed it down to just 2,000 species. In one guess, that's pretty good. That's pretty darn good. So we know it's going to be some kind of ungulate, hoofed mammal, or something like a mole, or a bat, or a carnivoran, or maybe oh yeah, a bat. I said bat. So what we're going to try and do here is let's knock out the bats. Well, actually, it's not very high likelihood that it is a bat, because I know they don't have very many bats in the game. Let's figure out if it's an ungulate. Or a carnivoran. Let's figure out if it's a carnivoran. So carnivorans are this group. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Plus pinnipeds, the marine mammals, seals, sea lions, walruses, otters, hyenas, weaselly guys, all kinds of stuff. Carnivorans. So let's see if it's some kind of carnivoran. Let's search a bear. Let's do they don't have sun bear. They don't have spectacled bear. Let's try brown bear. And it's not a brown bear. And this tells us something, because if it were a carnivoran, right here, it would say carnivora. But no, it just narrowed it down to Laurasiatheria. I knew it was a Laurasiatheria, but now we know it's not a carnivoran. We're making progress here. So it could still be a pangolin, because pangolins are just outside of carnivora. But I kind of doubt it. There's not very many species of pangolin. So odds are low that it's a pangolin. What we're going to do now that we know it's not a carnivoran, and probably not a pangolin, let's see what are our other groups. We've got the odd-toed ungulates here. And I think we also have the even-toed ungulates. Yeah, the cloven-hoofed ungulates. Let's try and knock them out. Let's search... Well, Astro Alexander was talking about hippos earlier. Let's search hippo. And if it doesn't say Artiodactyla, then we know it's not an Artiodactyl. So let's search hippo. Hippopotamus. Oh, but it is an Artiodactyl. But it is. Okay. Okay, interesting. So Artiodactyls are the even-toed ungulates. These are hoofed mammals that have got either 2 or 4 toes. Or no toes in the case of whales. Whales are also even-toed hoofed mammals. I know they don't have hoofs anymore, but they used to. That's what they evolved from. So they're still Artiodactyls. They're within Artiodactyla, which is why you see them here. There's a dolphin, which is a kind of whale. Kind of cetacean within the cloven-hoofed ungulates. So we searched hippopotamus, and yeah, it's probably something more derived than that. Let's search... Let's see, what are our major groups of ungulates? What are our major divisions here? We've got bovids. There's a lot of species of them. Let's see if it's a bovid. Let's try bison. See if it's a bison today. Ooh, we know it's a bovid. Good, we're making progress here. Excellent. Yeah. But it's not going to be within genus Bos, it looks like. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. So we know it's a bovid. There's 137 potential species there. You got it in 5 guesses. Very nice, Camellia. Appreciate you not spoiling it. That would be an instant, like, maybe 24-hour timeout if anybody did spoil it. Yeah. So shoot, as a bovid, this could be an antelope or some kind of cow-like animal. Could be a goat. Wildebeest, muskox. There's lots of things you can be as a bovid. So let's look at some of these other major branches. There's 51 species of... I wish it would give us a clade name here, but these are goats and their relatives. Let's search sheep. Yeah, let's see if it's within that clade. Ooh. So it is. It is within Capernae. Alright, we are getting closer here. Roseanne says, when I grow up, I want to go to Bovine University. Roseanne, yeah. Yeah. Let's take a peek at the killing floor. Oh no. Cabernet. Well, let's look at goats. Yeah, there's a goat. So we can zoom out from here to get to Cabernet. Yeah, this might not actually have the clade names like this. It's also ibexes, markhors, gorals. What we should do is go to Wikipedia and search Cabernet. Alright, type an extra R. Cabernet. Prominent members of this group include sheep and goats. How many species are there? Let's see. Cabernet, Tekins, Tars, Muskox, Goral, sheep. Oh boy. We might just kind of have to guess at this point. Let's see, because we searched sheep. Tar. They don't have musk ox. Let's try goat here.
Hold on to your butts.
And see if that does it. Let's try. And there we go. Yeah. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Yeah. Today's answer was goat. New Danny is the goat. Oh, I'm going. There's the callback. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, again, not too shabby. We got that in what? 6 guesses? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We managed to move down 1 clade with each guess, which is really nice. Yeah, and I've still never used a hint in this game. Not even once have I ever done that. Out of, what, 27 times? Not too shabby. Not too shabby. And we've got a new streak here. Current streak is 6. Max is 6. Well, tomorrow that'll be 7. And if I remember to do this on Saturday and Sunday, then we can keep that streak going. No guarantees that I'll remember. Gonna have a busy day on Saturday with teaching. And then resting and doing other chores and stuff on Sunday. Yeah. And Camellia says, I made a good guess with moose. Yeah, that would have got you down to artiodactyls real fast. Artiodactyls include moose. Moose are even-toed ungulates because they've got 2 toes. And that reminds me of a piece of very, very important advice that one day could save your life.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Hard Luck Clutcher's search has succeeded with their 3 co-explorers.
Hard Luck Clutch. Oh man, do people have difficulty with your name, Hard Luck? I really appreciate.
They were finding fossils.
Oh, and there's the subject of tomorrow's stream, Roy Chapman Andrews. Island Man 22, thank you for the follow. Hard Luck Clutch, how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. Just me and you have trouble with it. Well, I'm in good company then. Welcome, Hard Luck Clutch, to Paleontologizing. We are talking about Australian dinosaur fossils for Australia Day today. I'm not from Australia. I've never been to Australia, but I have a deep appreciation for Australian dinosaurs. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I've read a good deal about Australian dinosaurs. But yeah. And Muso says, agreed, don't approach me. Yeah, we were just talking about moose. and why they are worthy of your respect and distance. This is a bumper sticker I used to see all the time in Montana when I lived there. Break for moose. It could save your life. Yeah. Yeah, shoot. And, maybe less pressing, less dire, but still good advice is this. I had this book when I was a child, and it instilled some very important life lessons. Yes, if you give a moose a muffin, you are meddling with forces you cannot possibly begin to comprehend. Do not do it. It's playing with fire. But yeah. Rube Mai says, what are some Australian dinosaurs? I have some right here to show you. Shoot. We've got... Well, the glare makes it hard to see, but we've got Australovenator up there, Diamantinosaurus, Muttaburrasaurus. I believe this is Rapator over here, and Lialinosaura, some of the most famous of the Australian dinosaurs. Yeah. Excuse me. Where's that one with the nice lineup? Oh yeah, shoot, here's beautiful illustration here, which was on some postage stamps. Lialinosaura, this little beaky plant-eating dinosaur, Muttaburrasaurus, and Ankylosaur, this is either Minmi or Kunbarasaurus. Atlas Copcosaurus, which is probably the same thing as Lialinosaura. Yeah. This may or may not be an allosaur. We don't really know. Yeah. Dinosaur fossil sites in Australia. Stegosaur footprints from Broome in Australia. We've got, yeah, we no longer think this is Leptoceratops. Oh boy. But yeah. Anyway, Australia does not have the most dinosaurs of any continent. In fact, it has the second least after Antarctica. But every one from Australia is really important and interesting and worthy of study. Oh yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Anyway. But today is not just Australia Day. It's not just Australia's National Day today. It's also Thursday. And on this channel, Thursday means Thursday Birds Day. And if any of you are not yet familiar with Thursday Birds Day, then here's a little video to tell you. Happy Thursday Birds Day, everybody.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day.
Well, 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 everybody. Happy Thursday Birds Day. Let's go ahead and get into it today, shall we? Let's look at these community-submitted pictures. Pictures submitted by members of this community. Don't know why I'm stumbling over those words. And here we go. Charlie's Dragon has got our first Thursday Birds Day bird of this Thursday Birds Day this week. Some kind of woodpecker. Doing some of that really cool clinging that woodpeckers do. Woodpeckers, unlike most perching birds, who have 3 toes in the front and then 1 in the back, woodpeckers have got their digits arranged in a different fashion, where it's like an X, where they've got 2 in the front and 2 in the back. One of their toes, I'm not sure which one, has gone around to the back. It's either digit 1 or digit 4 has gone around the back. You like parrots, Lenina? Yeah. Let's see. Let's look at a woodpecker skeleton here. And we'll see if we can figure out which one it is. I hope I explained that correctly. I'm not actually seeing that here. There it is there. A downy woodpecker. And that looks like digit 4 is curved around the back to join digit 1. Interesting. Yeah, that would be digit 4. So the outside toe is the one that's gone around to the back to join the innermost toe. Huh. But very cool, Charlie's Dragon. I'm not sure what kind of woodpecker this is. I'm not great at woodpecker ID. But, yeah. Holy Lifton says, did any other dinosaurs have that kind of orientation for their toes? Nope, just certain kinds of modern bird. Yeah, we don't have that for any other kinds of dinosaurs. Yeah. And Wheel62 says, what is the background difference between birds that walk and those that hop? I don't know. There are certain birds that can do both. Like robins can do both. They can hop or they can run. So I'm not sure if there really is like a strong skeletal signal for walking versus hopping. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and Armageddon wants to know, was Australia part of a supercontinent when dinosaurs lived? It was. Yeah. Dinosaurs lived for a long time. I can't believe we didn't get to this. We just didn't have long enough. But, say 170 million years ago, Earth's continents were... Well, let's go back a little further. Let's go back to 220. Or 240. This is like just before the first dinosaurs evolved. All of Earth's continents were all smushed together into this massive supercontinent that today we call Pangea. That's all Earth is what it means. Here's South America right here. Here's Africa. We've got India and Madagascar, Australia and Antarctica all up in here. There's Australia right there. And then as time goes on, the continents start to break apart. There's Australia still right there. 200 million years ago. 170 million years ago. It's still stuck to Antarctica. By 150, it starts to break away from Antarctica a little bit. 120 million years ago, it's kind of off on its own at this point. 105 million years ago, it kind of links back up with part of Antarctica. 90 million years ago, it's largely separate again. And then 66 million years ago, when the asteroid hits, this is the very end of the age of dinosaurs, Australia is pretty much separated at that point, as I understand it. And then after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds, it starts to move northward. 20 million years ago, it's almost in its current position, right here. And then, of course, we get to today. Does that make sense? Yeah. So Australia always had a coastline. Yes, it was never landlocked. It always had a coastline. Australia has some of those beautiful beaches in the world, as I understand it, today. So, yeah. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. And Patrick Crusader says the sea must have been massive. You're talking about when Pangea was a thing? Oh, yeah. So on one side of the Earth, we have Pangea over here. All Earth. And then on the other side, this massive ocean we call Panthalassa. It means all ocean. Think about that. Just one whole half of the Earth, or more than that. Maybe 70% of the Earth is just ocean. With presumably not very many islands out here. Maybe none? Because the sea would have been too deep. Just think about that. Think about all the creatures that lived in here too that we might never know about. Because they didn't leave fossils in places that we could ever find them. Think about that. You know? It's a cool thought. It's cool. Oops, all oceans, says Claire Burr. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our Thursday Birds Day birds. Charlie's Dragon, beautiful woodpecker there. This is hanging out right outside the window. That is lovely. A male great spotted woodpecker on the suet-filled coconut outside of my... That is so cool. A coconut filled with suet? That makes me smile. That is really, really cool, Charlie's Dragon. Here, let's look up that critter on the Tree of Life. Here we go. This is good, good fractal music. There you go. A coconut. And then let's jump from that to... Who was it? Male great spotted woodpecker. A swallow flew in with the coconut. Are the origins of that particular coconut unclear, Charlie's Dragon? Interesting. There we go. The great spotted woodpecker. What a cool name. Dendrocopos major. Dendro means like tree? Not sure what kopos means. Not Dendrocoprolithos. That'd be funny. But yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Thank you for sharing there, Charlie's Dragon. This is an excellent Thursday Birds Day bird. Very close to home. In fact, practically within the bounds of home. Very cool. Yeah. You bought the... I assumed so, Charlie's Dragon. I'm just being obtuse. But yeah. Yeah. Alright, who is next? Charcone has got a downy woodpecker. Wow, woodpecker's popular today. We're 2 for 2 on woodpeckers. Whoops. There we go. I love downy wood. They're so small. So teeny. Downy woodpeckers. Very cool. Doing some woodpecking, as the name would imply. Very nice, Charcone. Let's see how close the downy woodpecker is to the great spotted woodpecker. How close are they on the evolutionary tree here? Pretty close. Pretty close. They are separate clades. Yeah, shoot, where was that other one? Oh boy. Great spotted woodpecker. That's right there. And then our downy woodpecker is over there. And so it looks like the last time they shared a common ancestor would have been 9.87 million years ago. So these lineages converge at this point. That's when there was the ancestor of both the downy woodpecker and the great spotted woodpecker. 9.87 million years ago. Pretty cool. I wonder if we know about this through, it's probably molecular data. Probably through DNA evidence. Very cool. Very cool. Let's see who's next. The Lenina says, we had snow in the forecast, so feeling bad for my resident seed eaters, I ran out and hung up my feeder. The Blue Jays were very happy. Oh, very nice. Let's zoom in and enhance. I see some blue there. I would recognize this as a blue jay just about anywhere. And I don't even have blue jays where I live. They are not native to this area, but I've seen them in plenty of pictures and stuff. And I think I may have even seen some in the wild when I visited the East Coast. Very cool. A blue jay. Yeah. A rare blue JPEG. Yeah. Notice the distortion along the primary feathers. You classic blue JPEG distortion. Good stuff. Thank you, Lenina. Very cool. Very cool. Gotta love blue jays. As corvids, they got a lot of personality. They're pretty cool. Yeah. There was still a bit of snow on the ground and the spigot was gone an hour or so after this. Nice. Yeah. Very cool. Continuing now. Spotted on... Oh, Mayor of Space. Oh, man. A bird of prey for us? Spotted on the Cross Seminole Trail while cycling. Don't know what the squirrel was thinking, but he approached him, sniffed, and ran away over and over. File size too big to show this whole adventure, the hawk was mostly uninterested. I can imagine him saying to the squirrel in Dr. Phil's voice, "Now what do you think you're doing?" Oh, let's take a look. What is up with that squirrel? He's got a death wish. Oh, man. One more time. This is beautiful footage, by the way, Mayor Space. What in the world? You know, mammals, sometimes they're hard to figure out. Wow. Wow. Renandout says that squirrel is about as bright as I am. It's good to have you here, Renandout. Welcome back, and happy Thursday Birds Day to you. Yeah. And hawks are only death from above. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, is that, like, I guess the hawk could try and lunge at the squirrel here, but that's not really what they evolved to do. It'd be really not going by the book there, you know? Trying to eat that squirrel. You know, yeah. I was trying to come up with an analogy. It would be like... Shoot, I don't even know. I can't come up with a good analogy. It would be like a hawk reaching out and trying to grab a squirrel while it's standing on a fence. That's what it would be like. Sometimes you don't need an analogy. Yeah. You wouldn't miss your first Thursday Birds Day? Well, welcome, Ren and Doubt. Did you see the opener video for Thursday Birds Day? That explains what this is all about? I hope you did. With Tony there? It made you laugh? Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mayor of Space. This is wild. Like, this is one of those... Yeah, shoot. Yeah, I don't even know what to think. Yeah. Crazy, Mayor of Space. Thank you for sharing. How cool is that? Right here on this little old Twitch channel, we've got novel interactions between squirrels and hawks. Yeah. Yeah. And Patrick Crusader says, I've seen pictures of small birds sitting close to hawks, so maybe it's not that unusual? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Maybe they're friends like the fox and the hound. There you go, Sauzy. Maybe. Yeah. Alexander Morrison has got a little blue heron stalking the neighboring hibiscus and bromeliads at a friend's place. Clearly this beast is the bane of its small prey. Got Brian Eng's music in here once again. Well, let's silence our tunes. Let's turn this up, and let's have a listen. Oh, that is lovely. Very cool. We don't have little blue herons where I live. So this is a treat for me. Very cool. Just looking for whatever it might be able to catch and gulp down. I like how much the music adds to this as well. Alexander Morrison, thank you again for another phenomenal post. I appreciate the effort you put into these. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Thank you. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, little blue heron. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life also. Let's jump from woodpeckers to little blue heron. Wasn't that a Beach Boys song? Little blue heron. I think it is. Yeah, you know that song says Miug. Yeah, let me see if I can find that. Yeah. We might have to find a karaoke version. Yeah, here we go. Little blue heron. Yeah. Little blue heron. Charlie's Dragon says, we seem to have herons and egrets every week, which I find exciting as I rarely see them here. I think we just have one type of egret and no herons. I might be wrong. Interesting. Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah. R.I.P. Pretty... Oh no, Red and Doubt. Those poor birds. Yeah. 4 on the floor. I think it's actually 3. They only have 3. Wait, no, they do have 4 digits. 4 on the floor, see? Or on the water plants in this case. Yeah. Not to be confused with herring. Exactly, Patrick Crusader, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that slingshot head motion that they do. Got something to eat there. Good stuff. Yeah. You've driven a 3 on the tree, El Camino. Oh, very cool, Claire Burr. My grandmother, Nana Tyrannus, she used to have an El Camino. Yeah, because her husband at the time, he fixed up this old El Camino, and it was beautiful. Like this really, really nice blue color. Yeah, it looked a lot like this. Except fancier. It had like striping or something, as I recall. Yeah, kind of more like that. Yeah. Beautiful car. Probably got terrible gas mileage though. But man, he poured his heart and soul into that. Yeah. But yeah. And
really spectacular, spared no expense.
Lenina
gifted a tier 1 sub to Nana Tyrannus. They
you for
have given
gifting Nana Tyrannus,
267
Lenina.
gift subs in the channel.
You did not have to do that, but I really appreciate it. And if Nana happens to be watching right now, I'm sure she really appreciates not having to watch any ads. I need to give her a call and see how she's doing. If you are watching, love you, Nana. I hope you're doing well. I'll come up and visit you sometime soon. But yeah. Let's continue here. From our little blue heron with Alexander Morrison to the dinosaur date. That's not a bird.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Ren in Doubt? Holy moly. That is a recurring sub right there, Ren in Doubt, and I really appreciate it. You will also have an ad-free viewing experience for as long as you stay subscribed. Holy cow. No more ads for you, my friend. Good on you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Enjoy those emotes like these. We've got several other bird emotes too. We've got 2 shoebill emotes and a cassowary emote. So, all birds, no ads. Yes, indeed. It's the Thursday special for subscribers. All birds, no ads. And a truck horn. Thank you for gifting Dame Karen. I really appreciate that, truck horn. That's a lot of gift subs. Holy cow, truck horn. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah. And Dame Karen, enjoy. Enjoy not having to watch any ads at all for the next month. We got a hype train going here. Beautiful.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And Salamander
gifted a tier 1 sub to Can't Install Code.
Thank you, Salamander. Thank you very, very much. And look at this, Ironbark. Ironbark, thank you so much. Holy cow. 5 gift subs there. Extraordinary. Really appreciate that. And we've got one more from BJ White.
211 gifted a tier 1 sub to Sparky_Pugwash.
That
They have given
is excellent. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Look, we are getting closer to our sub goal for the week. We've only got the rest of today's stream and then tomorrow's stream. Yeah. Ideally, we'd be at like 80 by the end of today's stream to be on track. We'll see if we can get there. This is excellent. Yeah, but we probably have hit the Partner Plus goal. I think we probably have, Lenina. I think we probably have. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah. In fact, let me check on that real quick. Or maybe we'll save that till the end of the stream. Let's save it till the end of the stream. Oh, we've got 10 from Executive Storm here. Speaking of beautiful birds, check out this tinamou. I was talking about these guys last night with Balint. That's a male. He's got more drab coloration than the females. The females are more brightly colored, but he's louder. And very excited. Uh-oh, too excited.
Executive Storm is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Executive Storm. Thank you for your generosity. There are 10 gift subs. That is really something. Thank you, Executive Storm. Fantastic. Fantastic. I appreciate that very much. I really do. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Will 6'2". Will 6'2". Holy cow.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Will 62 just...
Will 6'2". That is 20 gift subs, sir. That is phenomenal. And I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Will 6'2". Thank you for your generosity. There's 20 people in the chat now who will not have to watch any ads until, like, February 25th. That's splendid. It's splendid, Will 6'2". Thank you for your generosity, your support of this community. And Holy Lifton, thank you for that gift sub there.
Holy Lifton gifted a tier 1 sub to Velvet Acid O.
Excellent.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And another one from
Truck_horn
a truck
gifted
horn.
tier 1 sub to Hugen9129. They have
Beautiful.
given 146 gift subs in the channel.
We
Really spectacular.
have achieved our sub goal.
Holy Lifton gifted a tier 1 sub to Sugars50.
We made our sub goal. We, thank you so much, everybody. Holy cow. We made it for this week. That's beautiful, and I really, really appreciate that. This is, like I said, this is my full-time job. This is how I pay rent. This is how I pay the bills. Thank you, everybody, for making that possible through your generosity, through your support of this community. It really does mean a lot to me. Never before has there been a paleontologist who has been able to support themselves through live streaming like this. I am the first one so far. And that's because of you good folks. So thank you. Holy cow. It's a big deal, and I'm grateful, so thank you for that. Ironbark says, man, the best community on Twitch. That's high praise, Ironbark. It is. Thank you. Thanks for helping make it that way, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And yeah, as Lenina points out, starting next month, subscriptions and gift subs will count for even more, like 40% more. So thank you for all of that. Absolutely. Yeah.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Reagan Nation, thank you for that.
6 months of tier 1 to real_men_grow_beards. They've gifted 119 months in the channel.
6 months, Reagan Nation. Oh, man. Wow. thank you so much, Reaganation, for your support of science communication here on Twitch. I really appreciate that. And Real Men Grow Beards, 6 months. I will be out in the field digging up dinosaurs for like maybe a month before Real Men Grow Beards has to watch a single ad here on this channel. Thank you, Reaganation. Thank you very, very much. That means a lot to me. I know it means a lot to Beards there too. Yeah. And that is so close already. I know, right, Salamander? Yeah. It should be like close to the beginning of June. Hopefully I'll be out in Wyoming digging dinosaurs. And Armageddon, thank you for the 123 bits. That is lovely. I appreciate it. Thank you. We're working on a level 7 hype train here. That's excellent. Extraordinary. It's beautiful is what it is. Thank you, Armageddon. And everybody. We've got 3.5 minutes to try and get to a level 7. Here's this. If we can get to a level 7, I'll play some ukulele songs before the end of today's stream. In fact, I'll do it before we finish Thursday Birds Day. Is that an enticement or is that a threat? I don't know. I'll leave that to you, chat. Do you want ukulele songs? Or, we'll see. We'll see. But, yeah. An articulated Allosaurus. Yeah, Salamander, I wonder if that's a... I hope it's not a commercial specimen. It probably is. Holy cow. Speaking of Allosaurus, Will62. I think that'll get us there.
It's the last time I'll play with dinosaurs.
Holy cow, Will62. Holy moly. That'll do it. That will do it. And Ironbark.
Don't you know?
Ironbark 1500 bits there too. Holy moly. Well, I owe all of you some ukulele songs, don't I? Do you want those now, or do you want those in a little bit? Will62, why don't you be the deciding vote on this? Ukulele songs now? Or in a few minutes? In a bit, says Will62. Okay, let's do that. Thank you, Will. I really appreciate it. That's like, isn't it like 40 gift subs today? Holy moly. That's, that's pretty extraordinary. I really appreciate that. Holy cow, everybody. Pretty excellent. Pretty excellent. Here, let's get back into Thursday Birds Day here. And Dinosaur Dave is there a hidden bird in this? Or is that a bird right there on the step? Dinosaur Dave. That's a ducko. Yeah, well, look at that ducko. Making some quakes. Yeah, a duck by the door. Ducko and doggo. See, they can live in peace. Look at that. I love that, Dinosaur Dave. Here, let's jump to mallards on our Tree of Life. I guess I got rid of that tab. But, yeah. Mallard and not mallow. That would have taken us to a completely different area of the Tree of Life. Yeah. Yeah.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Will62
gifted a tier 1 sub to Delusionisme. They have given 112 gift subs in the channel.
112? Does she mean 112? Will62, that's phenomenal. And Delusionisme, I'm glad you got a gift sub. Thank you, Will62, for your ongoing generosity. It is truly impressive. Yeah. I would love to subscribe if I could afford it. I appreciate you, Delusion as me. Yeah. Retired and on a fixed income. I understand that. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave says there's a description right below the image with a better images of Duck Duck. Really? Where? I don't see it. Dinosaur Dave, shouldn't you be out celebrating Australia Day right now? This is Duncan. He is a fluffy dog. Behind him is his best friend, Duck Duck. That is adorable. They live just up the road from my parents. They go everywhere together. It is not uncommon to see the owner walking the dog off-leash with the duck either riding on his back or waddling behind. It even makes bark-sounding, quacking noises sometimes. That's a lot harder to get video of. This is adorable, Dinosaur Dave. Holy cow. Amazing. Good old Duck Duck. Lovely. Dinosaur Dave, this is spectacular. Thank you for sharing. Fantastic. That deserves Claire Bird Duck right there. And long neck there, but yes, indeed. You know, they can have really long necks when they want to. Maybe not necks as long as that dragon that we saw in that video that was the size of a mountain range. Oh boy, that guy. But they're pretty long. Pretty long. Yeah. Good stuff. And he's watching the stream with me. Really? Duck Duck is watching right now? Wow. Wait, are you... Is this true, Dinosaur Dave? He's watching the stream with you right this instant? Can we say hello to Duck Duck? Should we pull up a video? Here. Oh, he meant his dad. Oh, never mind. My dad's watching the stream and told me he drinks beer sometimes. Wait, your dad drinks beer or the duck drinks beer? Or both? Espy says your dad is a duck. I don't... Dinosaur Dave, is your dad responding to this duck quacking at the screen? Or is he a human being like you? Which I presume he probably is. And Duck Duck, that is. I'm all confused. So Duck Duck drinks beer with your dad, who is also a duck? Now, the Dinosaur Dad, welcome, the Dinosaur Dad. It's good to have you here. Your son, the Dinosaur Dave, is a highly valued member of this community. And we all adore him here, so figured you should know that. At the pub where the image was taken. Oh, that's... Duck Duck drinks beer at the pub where the image was taken. That's super cool, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for sharing, Dinosaur Dave. Duck Duck, what a beautiful creature. Holy cow. Yeah, we would all be so lucky to have a father as majestic as this. Or better yet, as majestic as the Dinosaur Dad of the Dinosaur Dave. So yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for sharing, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for sharing. Next up, we've got from Axeman 1984, a tufted titmouse caught taking off from a frozen creek. I've also included a profile shot to showcase its elegant tuft. Holy cow. What I find interesting is that they nest in the tree holes but are unable to create their own, relying on woodpecker holes and natural cavities for their homes. Also, they line their nests with hair, sometimes plucked from live animals. Very symbiotic species. That's super cool, Axeman. And look at this gorgeous photo. Action shot of a tufted titmouse. This is spectacular. Look at that bird. That is lovely. Holy cow. And do they take fur from squirrels, Will62? Is that right? Holy moly. So this is a kind of passerine bird. If I had to take a guess, I would say that these guys are close to like juncos or finches maybe, but let's see. Let's test that hypothesis. Let's jump from mallards to tufted titmouse, and let's see how close they are to like finches or what was the other one I said? I don't even remember. Finches. 162. So tufted titmouse, very nice. Baelophus bicolor. I like it. We've got other titmouses, the black-crested titmouse, bridled titmouse, oak titmouse. And they are close to this other group that you should probably not type their name into Twitch chat because it will get auto-modded. Yeah. Chickadees are closely related to tits. Interesting. Chickadees. Well, well, well. How close are finches to them? Larks and barn swallows, bulbuls and warblers, babblers. Huh. Okay. They're probably not... Well, I don't know. We'll see if they're close to finches. Larks and robins? Although, isn't that like a European robin? Our robins here in the States are thrushes. They're different from these guys. Yeah, how close are finches? Let's see. Finches and more. Oh, they're way over there. Okay, interesting, interesting. Huh, cool. Blue-footed boo. Yeah, there you go, Ungoy. Why are the birds called mouse? That's a good question. Why are starfish called starfish if they're not anywhere close to fishes, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And they're not... Starfish... They are neither fish nor are they stars. It's a good point there, Beards. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, that reminds me of a thing I saw. It's like a comedy article ages ago. I was going through all these different animals and just kind of like roasting each one. They're just kind of like making fun of these different animals. And one of them had a, ladybird beetle, a ladybug. It's like, did you know that the ladybug is neither a lady nor is it a bug? Or shoot, maybe it is a bug. Who cares? Yeah. I care. And I care about this beautiful tufted titmouse. This is lovely, Axeman. Thank you for sharing. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And Sparky Pugwash says we call them ladybirds. Well, it's not a lady and it's not a bird. I mean... yeah. Like, it's... So we're gonna zoom out from birds. Lady beetle in Oz. See, Ironbark, that at least makes sense, because they are beetles. They're part of Coleoptera. The beetles. Yeah, and you call them lady beetles. Interesting, Claire Bird. Sounds like an all-female cover band. Oh, we're the Lady Beatles. Liverpool. Yeah. So these are part of the beetle group. And there aren't just 5 of them. In this group of beetles, there's 283,406, or something like that. We don't actually have a strong handle on like how many beetle species have been named, I don't think, let alone how many exist. But yeah, definitely more than 5. Even if you take away Yoko, there's still more than 5. Everybody's favorite beetle. Yeah. Is there a Yoko beetle? That'd be really funny. No, that's not what I searched. I'm not beetle with an A, beetle with 3 E's. Oh well. Thanks, Axeman. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Yeah. And you know you're in Texas, says Hugan, when you're surrounded by grackles. Nice. Yeah, I don't think these are rare in Texas, Hugan. Did you spot a grackle? No. Presumably this isn't your video, but what a beautiful bird. These are one of those birds that are, I think, severely underappreciated, unless they're outside of their normal range, and then birders go crazy for them. But, what a cool animal. Yeah. What a cool animal. Thank you for posting there, Hugo. Good stuff. I think something big was up. Yeah, Casey liking the birds. Yeah. No, I agree, Casey. That's cool. I love to see also like gulls converging on an area, just like 200 gulls when they alight on a soccer field or something. It's like, oh man, something's going down. You're having a conference there. Yeah. And is that a corvid? That's a great question, Ungoy. Let's look that up. Let's jump from beetles to grackles. I kind of don't think they are. I think they're probably closer to like cowbirds or something, or red-winged blackbirds. But we'll see. We'll see. There we go. Grackle. Quiscalus or Quiscalus. 6 species of grackle there, and they are related to. Ding, ding, ding! Red-winged blackbirds. Lucky guess on my part. Well, it was an educated guess, I suppose. And cowbirds. A ding, ding, ding again. Wow, I'm getting better at this. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Cool. Thank you for posting that, Hugan, and thank you for your great question there, Ungoy. Yeah. Yeah. Lady Fiend has got... Who is this? A killdeer or something? Oh, I'm gonna get DMCA'd for this. I really hope I don't get... I hope that doesn't nuke the whole video. Oy. When it goes up on YouTube. But thank you, Lady Fiend. Thank you for posting that. I don't know who that is. It almost looks like it looks like a killdeer. Yeah. Or plover, yeah. Plover in the clove. Will 62. Or plover, I guess, as people would say on in the UK. Probably Australia too. You probably say plover. But yeah, it looks like a killdeer. Yeah, so named because they primarily feed on deer. They'll actually unhinge their the dentary, so like their lower jaw, and they'll engulf the entire deer. I'm totally kidding. They don't do that. They eat like bugs and crud. Oh. Yeah. But yeah, that's some kind of killdeer there. Very nice, Lady Fiend. Very nice. Yeah. Leovier. Is that right, Mayor Space? Oh. Anyway, thank you, Lady Fiend. Good stuff. And Green Herring says, I'm a failure of a birder. That can't be true, Green Herring. What? We actually got some snow here, a rare occurrence these days, and though I took tons of snowy bird photos, I somehow didn't get a single pretty red cardinal in the snow shot. The closest I got is this female northern cardinal with just a few hints of snow on the branch next to her. The winter evening golden hour light really shows off her beautiful coloring. Yeah, it does. She is gorgeous. Look at that. Look at that, everybody. Holy moly. What a beautiful bird. What a gorgeous dinosaur there. Really lovely. Thank you, Green Herring. Yeah. And snow being a rare occurrence these days, oh boy, that's like disconcerting to hear. Global temperatures climbing, that's, yeah. But, what a lovely bird, though. Think happy thoughts, you know? Yeah. It's an awesome photo, Moohoodles. Here, let's embiggen this. See how far we can zoom in. Green Herring always gives us these really lovely photos. Look at that. It makes me think about how we try and reconstruct dinosaurs from fossil evidence. And, you know, we slap skin on them and, like, sometimes we just call it a day. But for many of these feathered dinosaurs, just having feathers on them might completely change their silhouette. You know? Here's a skeleton of a northern cardinal right here. Man, these are not... Hard to find a cardinal skeleton, I guess. An Executive Storm, thank you for gifting Moohoodles.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Moohoodles.
I do appreciate that.
161 gift subs in the channel.
Moo, I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you got a gift sub. That is wonderful. Thank you, Executive Storm, for your generosity there. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, Moohoodles. And by the way, if anybody's not yet following Moohoodles, you're missing out. She also does science communication here on Twitch. Although her stuff, rather than being temporally vast, is spatially vast. She talks about space, astronomy, astrobiology, that kind of thing. And sometimes sharks, too, which I guess does make things temporally vast as well. But, she likes space sharks. I guess so, clever. Yeah, now Moohoodles is wonderful, and she was on the Scientists on Stream panel with me at TwitchCon. back in October. So if you're not yet following Moo Hoodles, go give her a follow right now. Do yourself a favor. Yeah. And yeah. Oh, likewise, Moo Hoodles. It's always a joyous occasion when I can catch one of your streams too. Especially nowadays, being so busy. But Mysterious Shark says she sounds like my type of person. Yeah, go give her a follow if you've not done that yet, Shark. Yeah. Anyway, Cardinals. Really lovely there. Really lovely green herring. This is good stuff. Yeah. Thank you for sharing with us once again. Appreciate having a birder like you sharing their photos. Oh, and we've got a cormorant here. Prince Vermilion says, great cormorant. That is a great cormorant. Trying to nick off with the fish that we were catching. They'll do that. Yeah. So cormorants are these supremely talented fish-catching birds. So talented, in fact, that they have been employed. That makes it sound like it's like a consensual arrangement, which it doesn't actually seem to be. But fishermen will use cormorants to catch fishes. Here, check this out right here. Most people only know how to use hooks and nets to fish. But we've been fishing with cormorant birds for generations. This is wild. Fishing with wings. My name is Huang. My older brother's name is Huang. We fish with cormorant birds. My brother's been fishing for over 70 years, and I've been doing it for about 60 years. Wow. This form of fishing has continued for 7 generations in my family. We live in Xingping. This river the fish are the most valuable. Before we start fishing, we wrap the bird's neck with a grass knot. Then we put them in the water to hunt for fish. When you fish with the bird, you will catch a fish within a minute of the bird going down into the water. When they catch a fish, they can't swallow, so I take the fish out. So when the birds catch a big fish, we reward them with a small one. Okay. You need to build a relationship with them to cater to their needs. I learned to fish from my dad and older brother. Now, young people like my son are not willing to learn this skill. In the past, everyone fished with these birds and would sell the fish to support their families. However, nowadays, people don't use these birds at all. Instead, they use fishing nets. My brother and I devoted our whole lives to fishing with birds. But we probably cannot pass on this legacy. We hope someone will carry on this tradition. Huh. Really interesting stuff. Here's a link to that video. But yeah, cormorants are extraordinarily talented at catching fish. Supremely well evolved for catching fish would be a better way to put it. So much so that human beings have taken notice and deployed, good word there, to whoever typed it into chat. It's already gone. Isn't that wild? Yeah. So yeah. Oh, and cool, Charlie's Dragon. Nice. And Dame Karen says, geez, Dad, don't call me out like that. Yeah, my no-good son doesn't want to fish with cormorants. He's too busy playing Game Boy and PSP, you know? And Sega Switch and Facebooks. Anyway, but yeah, Mayor Space says, I saw a seagull steal a fish from a double-crested cormorant yesterday. Ooh. You know, those gulls, Laridae, they're tricky. Tricky birds. Cormorants, you know? Bit more honest. You know? Less Sega, more seagulls. Anyway. Good stuff, Prince Vermillion. Thank you for posting. This is excellent. Yeah. Ironbark has got a rainbow lorikeet for us. Speaking of Australian birds. Well, speaking of Australia, like we were today. Got a rainbow lorikeet. Yeah. Pretty cool. Gotta love lorikeets. I love that just some of your most common birds in Australia are also some of the most colorful. That's really cool. That's really cool. They look like a mango that I would want to try. Yeah. Yeah, they do look like a paint palette. They really do. Yeah. Cool birds, Ironbark. Thank you, thank you. It's deserving of a rainbow for sure there. Yeah. Good stuff. Really hot day. We got an afternoon storm, and I noticed this Gala. Gala? Oh, man, I was trying to pronounce this the proper Australian way last week, and I kept butchering it. How do I say this, chat? Noticed this Gala in the distance, hanging upside down, with wings outstretched, cooling off in the rain. Galar. Galar? Galar? I'm getting so many mixed messages from chat. Gullah, Galarg, Gullah, Galar. Gala, says Rosand. Miscreation says yes. And by the time I've said it, I've already moved on and people are saying less R on the end. Gala. Gala is good. Yeah, you did try, Miscreation. I appreciate you for it. I'm a lost cause. I cannot be taught. Forever doomed to be an uncouth American. But beautiful. A Gala in the distance, hanging upside down with wings outstretched, cooling off in the rain. That's really cool, actually. That's really cool, actually. Some birds will do this where they'll spread their wings to heat up in the sun. I've seen turkey vultures do this. Cormorants are famous for doing this, too. But a bird hanging upside down, spreading its wings to cool itself in the rain is something I can't say I've ever seen before. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And yeah, it is Australia Day. Let me look up a video of a Gala.
It's a dinosaur.
21 Rocket, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And yeah, I'm about to show you some dinosaurs. Take a look. Birds are living dinosaurs, and here they're taking over a town.
From sun up to sundown, thousands of pink and grey galahs are making themselves comfortable.
Galahs.
It gets drier and drier in the area. You know, the township is that little oasis that they fly over, and here's a good place to camp.
Driven by a lack of water,
Boy.
flocks have arrived in the last 2 months.
Galahs.
They're hanging around town, lining trees and houses.
They are so noisy and they wakes us up.
But Boulia's new feathered
Woke
friends
them
are
up.
becoming a nuisance, weighing down power cables, causing frequent outages.
Issues is with our computer systems. You know, technology is paramount nowadays with our fridges and all that sort of air conditioners. So that's
Yeah.
causing fire.
Cutting edge technology like refrigeration.
Impact as well.
To combat the new aerial residents, the energy company has
areas like
installed
this.
spacers on power lines to stop them from touching, and the town has trimmed trees to remove perching points. Just getting around is a problem.
I've got to walk from home over the pub between two neighbours, and the trees have just stripped by them, and I'm just waiting for them to poop on me.
Wow.
Locals may be forced to wait until the droughts end before their feathered friends seek new perching spots. Tracy Brown, Associated Press.
Oh, good stuff. Galaz. Okay. So the emphasis is on the second syllable. Galah. And apparently sometimes they hang upside. This is wild. What a whimsical bird.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
I try, Megady Marty. Thank you for the 10 months of support right there. Tier 3 is nothing to sneeze at, and I really appreciate it. Megady Marty, thank you, thank you. Splendid. Splendid. Thank you for your generosity, Megady Marty. Your continued support of this channel and of science outreach here on Twitch. It really does mean a lot to me. And, yeah, thanks for being a member of this community and let's support us. It's good stuff. Ironbark says of the Galas, they're troublemakers. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Megady Marty says, I hope you reach the Partner Plus goal. Looks like it's going to happen. Megady Marty, looks like it's going to happen. Not to count any chickens before they've yet emerged from their embryonic states, but it looks like it's going to happen. Yeah. Galaz. Thank you, Dame Karen. Galaz. Anyway, and that is huge. Again, not to count any pre-hatched chickens, but we're looking good, Mahoodles. We're looking good. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And Galaz. Thank you, Dame Karen. See, slowly but surely, I'm learning Australian. Yeah. And Salamander says there's a few crows that live in the neighborhood, but this specific one has a really unique voice. Likes to make those really weird noises that sound like a chicken clucking or a pigeon cooing. Can't really hear it of the gull noise as far as I can tell, but here's the culprit. Wow. Let's have a look and a listen. Cool. Huh. They're such cool animals, just so full of intelligence and moxie. Nice. One of the most underappreciated of birds. But also, honestly, one of the coolest. Corvus brachyrhynchos. It's the binomial for the American crow. They're pretty cool birds. They really are. They might not seem that special because they're cosmopolitan, almost. They're just about everywhere. But they are really, really cool. Salamander, you know about that crow book that I always talk about, right? Crow Planet? Excellent book. Yeah. But yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Salamander, for posting. Yeah, and again, classic Thursday. I love that you're out on a walk with your dog and saw a bird and videotaped it.
Did you ever, though, have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking on destroying? Never.
No, glue is cheap.
For the dinos.
Rabbi Midori, thank you so much for your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. Thank you, thank you. And that's helping with our sub goal. Our Partner Plus goal, rather. Thank you, Rob. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Glue is cheap.
And yeah, glue is cheap. Everybody completing that soundbite there. But yeah, call me Midori. You got it, Midori. Thank you. Appreciate you, Midori. Neilf has got lunchtime at the Tidal Diner for the Sanderlings. I have Sanderlings near where I live too. We've got a lot of them in the San Francisco Bay Area, hanging out on the shore of San Francisco Bay, and it's so cool to watch them run back and forth. The waves come in, the Sanderlings run away from them, and then they chase the waves back, and they pick up all these little invertebrates that are left there by the waves. They're very cool birds. Let's see if I can find a video of that actually. Here, take a look. It's kind of crazy. It's like the waves are also made out of birds. This is Half Moon Bay State Beach, which is south of where I live. This is south of the Bay Area, but it's in California. Yeah. So they run in, and they run out. Yes, in California, we have waves that are made of birds. Good stuff. Good stuff. Those are Sanderlings. Let's find them on the Tree of Life. Let's jump from blackbirds to Sanderlings. Calidris alba is the binomial for them. Sanderlings restaurant. Oh, very cool, Claire Burr. Where Sanderlings go for their meals? Nah. And it's cool how they change their plumage throughout the seasons as well. Very cool stuff. Thank you, Neil, for sharing. And Idris Elba, yes, Dame Karen, yes. Calidris Alba. Yes. That name's got a good ring to it. I guess that's why he was named that, huh? And Atlas Brood says, my background is science, medicine. I'm curious how you keep yourself from being burnt out and staying organized. Oh, that's a great question, Atlas Brood. I don't spend a lot of time on Discord. That's one of the ways I keep from being burnt out. I'm neglectful of Discord. The only time I ever look at the Discord is for Thursday Birthday, so that's part of it. I don't spend a lot of time on social media, except for Twitch. That's another way. I don't check my email regularly enough. I don't know. Spend a lot of time outside. That's a big part of not being burned out. Yeah, disconnecting. That certainly helps. As for like productivity tools, I use Google Keep as a notes app. That works really well for me. Yeah, that's the full extent of my bag of tricks, I think. Yeah. Anyway.
Most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared.
Geek Ledger, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Anyway, I hope that's... It's probably not helpful, but I hope maybe it is. Atlas Brood? Thanks for being here. Yeah. Danny doesn't even check his fax machine. Get this, Mayor Space. I don't even know where it is. Yeah. Do I check my pager? I don't know where that is either. I think a hippo swallowed it. Yeah. And I will try Google Keep. It's really good. I actually use that on a daily basis. I use Google Keep. I started using it actually when I worked at a car dealership. When I was a car sales at a dealership. When we're taking information about a vehicle trade. So like, customer has their old vehicle, they want to trade in for a new one. I showed all the other salespeople how to use Google Keep because it really kind of streamlined that process. You can take a picture of the VIN, take a picture of the license plate, and then you can take a bunch of notes on it, and then you can open it up in your browser, and you've got all the information there that you can put into the sales program. You can just copy and paste it, and that was really, really helpful. But yeah. And Killnuke, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Carrier pigeon. Those carrier pigeons were set free ongoing. Yeah. And Evernote. I've heard good things about Evernote as well, Mahoodles. I think Google Keep is probably like Evernote, but with fewer features, and it's, like, free. It can be slightly buggy sometimes. But I don't know. I like it a lot. I've gotten used to how it works. But yeah. And Beards, when I worked in a print shop, we would send a bunch of faxes every day because there are still some industries where sending faxes is preferred. It's more secure than email. It can't really be like intercepted. It's hard to like spoof where a fax is coming from. And and there's no like record of it that's kept afterward if it's sensitive information. So like doctors' offices, lawyers' offices, places like that, sometimes they only do fax for like more sensitive information. Yeah. But yeah, anywho. Good stuff. And good night to you, Mysterious Shark. Thanks for being here. And yeah, there you go, Salamander. Yeah, required faxes of the original. Yep. Yeah. And government does fax stuff sometimes. It does, Mayorspace, yeah. Yeah. The government. Different governments use faxes, yeah. Local and regional, state, and federal, for sure. But yeah. And Mini Blizzy. Background changes every day here, Mini Blizzy. I mean, I did move to a new place. Maybe that's what you're seeing here. I moved at the, beginning of December to a new place. I live in a house now. Can you believe it? And this is my office. But this is all modular. So, stuff in the background. Today is Australia Day. So we were talking about Australian dinosaurs today, before we got into Thursday Birds Day here. And so, Australia themed. Various Australian dinosaurs, Muttaburrasaurus, Diamantinosaurus, Australovenator, etc. Oh yeah, and thank you, Mahoodles. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like the new office. I'm still working on it. Having more camera angles, trying to get those synced up properly so they all look the same, that kind of thing. Gotta get these lights and things actually mounted up there. But, yeah. It's an iterative process. But yeah. Anyway. Change fossils to background. What do you mean, Claire? Oh, yeah, we've got to do ukulele as well. I forgot about that. You're right, Claire. Shoot, let's continue. We're almost done with Thursday Birds Day. Truckhorn says, missed a couple Thursdays, so here are 1,000,000 crows to make up for it. And a Godzilla cameo. Well, Truckhorn. There we go. Very nice, Truckhorn. Crows are one of those animals that, again, they are underappreciated. Yeah, there's a lot of crows. Yeah, they sometimes gather in these massive, massive flocks. Yeah. We could talk about crows all day. I better move on before we're tempted to do so. But yeah, there you go, Truckhorn. Very nice. Thank you for posting. Yeah. Those trees are growing crows in the winter instead of leaves. There you go, Clever. Yeah. Yeah. And Miss Creations is a male and female pair of Australian wood ducks from Queensland, Australia. These look very different from American wood ducks. Well. Here. Wood duck. Way over there in the galliform birds. I think these are galliforms. So there's the American wood duck, or I guess it's just called wood duck here. But Australian wood duck is right there. Dewnundah jubata. Very cool. Huh. And wood duck or wood duck? How many ducks would a wood duck duck? A wood duck could duck ducks. The age-old question. Ungoy says, I used to live on a street that was a meetup spot for all the local crows before heading home. Thousands of crows on top of everything in the neighborhood for about an hour or two, and then they'd all leave. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if we have a good understanding of why they congregate in such large numbers like that, what they're up to. Yeah. This quacks you up. You know, me too, Sculpin. Yeah. Yeah. Plotting world domination. It's not unlikely. And speaking of world domination, Mini Pie. Hey, you want to come say hello? Can I entice you with a treat? She's looking at my... I've got a 3D printed Herrerasaurus skull in pieces on the ground. It's not been assembled yet. And she's looking at it all wary. There we go. Yeah. Good girl, Minnie. Look. Here. This right here. There you go. Good stuff. This is one of my feline overlords here, everybody. This is Mini Pie. What do you think, Mini Pie? What do you think? You want another treat? My goodness, you're ravenous. She was looking at it like a cucumber, so yeah. Good stuff. Here, one more. Let's get you one more, huh? Good stuff. How's that? What do you think? Good? Do you want to get brushed now? Is that what you want? The brush. Yeah, that's good stuff. Are you fond of the brush? Well, let's see about brushing you. Yeah, this is becoming a daily thing now, isn't it? Very nice. Look at that lustrous coat. So pretty. So pretty, Mini Pie. She stepped on the soundboard. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Don't drink. Get your tongue out of there. It's my water, and it's got ice. You're not going to want that anyway. And Atlas Brood. Yeah, I do use the Write in the Rain notebooks, especially the Write in the Rain geology notebook. I might even have one here on my shelf. I think I put those elsewhere. But yeah, those Write in the Rain, especially the geology field notebook, you know, I use those in the field. Yeah. Oh, right here. She loves pushing the camera around. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. There we go. Yeah, Australian wood duck. Let's get through the rest of these. Thank you, Miss Creation, for sharing Australian wood ducks with us. I did not know that was a thing. Lovely. From Queensland. On today of all days, Australia Day. Beautiful. Yeah. And a curious brown skua from Elephant Island. Oh, that's super cool. Its evolution. Very, very cool. Oh, man. Brown skua. I guess great skua? Unless it's an Antarctic skua. But, yeah. Very, very cool. Skuas and Jaegers. Gull-like birds that may or may not be related to... No, they're not related to gulls. They're related to auks and puffins and murrelets. Guillemots. Very, very cool. That might be an Antarctic skua, actually, that we were just looking at, which I guess is not super close to the other one. Stercorarius. Oh, Stercorarius antarcticus. And it's got to be the Antarctic skua, right? Right? Yeah. Huh. Although the genus and species name don't match up exactly. Let's see. This is probably a group that's been kind of in taxonomic turmoil, I would guess. Yeah. The Falkland skua, S. antarcticus. Its taxonomy is highly complex and a matter of dispute. See? What I tell you. With some splitting it into 2 or 3 species. To further confuse, it hybridizes with both the South Polar and Chilean skuas. And the entire group has been considered to be a subspecies of the great skua, species otherwise restricted to the northern hemisphere. So yeah, tricky birds, these guys. And it looks like they're also pretty inquisitive and not super shy. Good for them. Yeah. Yeah, very cool. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. Thank you, It's Evolution. That's good. That's good stuff. Are you here right now? And yep, that one. Welcome back, It's Evolution. It's good to have you here. How have you been? Hope things are good. Lovely. See, this is a beautiful Thursday Birds Day photo, because, like, just up close and personal with a bird. Thanks for posting. Yeah. It's a single skua. Oh, unmarried? But yeah. Yeah. And Alex132. Spark on Jurassic World Evolution 2. I want knowing to know, what do you think I should sanctuary or ecosystem? I'm not really familiar with that, Alex. Ecosystem sounds cool. I'm all about paleoecology, you know? Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, very cool. Thank you for posting It's Evolution. Good stuff. And that is our final Thursday Birds Day bird for this Thursday Birds Day. Good stuff. Good stuff. I think I may have missed some messages. Let me scroll up a little bit. Oh, Atlas Brood wants to know, how differently do you see the world now that you understand geology and paleontology? Where you were just walking somewhere versus before. I see the world in a very different way. You know, when you've got that, like, historical perspective, I'm far more interested in what's going on in the world. I'm also very interested in how certain things came to be. You know, you take the world less for granted when you have an understanding of paleontology and geology. When you've got this mindset, when you're thinking about the history of our planet, you're at once more fascinated by the world around you, more curious about it, and more appreciative of it, I feel. You know, when you can look at you know, the very rocks beneath your boots, or, you know, even relatively common birds, like, for instance, crows. You know, you recognize that these are members of lineages that go back to the very dawn of life on Earth. Here from our Antarctic skua, we can go all the way back to what we call Luca, the last universal common ancestor. Because as far as we know, life on Earth only arose once, which means that all living things, both living and extinct, all shared a common ancestor about 3.8 billion years ago. And that's pretty cool to realize, you know? So the next time you're, you know, walking down the street in maybe Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco, someplace like that, like a hippie guy walks up to you and goes, "Hey man, you know, all life on Earth is one, man." He's right. He's correct about that. He is scientifically, factually correct about that. And that's pretty cool to think about, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Valiant Cheese. Well. Listen to that hot new sound. Valiant Cheese.
Valiant Cheese has a
Thank you
new
for the
sound
raid.
for their 4 listeners.
How was Fossil Sweeper going, Valiant Cheese? How is it? Good, I hope. It's good to have you here. Welcome back. Yeah. But yeah, an avocado abogado. Totally gonna talk about Luca next time. There you go, abogado. Yeah, or literally anywhere where that happens to be. There you go. Yeah. But yeah. And Atlas Brood says, for a sort of layman who has taken a geology course and has a science background, now in med school, very nice. How would you suggest to cultivate that sort of understanding and eye of the bigger geological picture in everyday doings? You know, I could be self-serving and just say, well, you should watch these broadcasts, you know? Because that's what we talk about every weekday here on Twitch. Thursday Birds Day is part and parcel of that kind of perspective. But, this is another thing that you can watch, though, to kind of help with that, I suppose. And it even deals with, well, kind of a medical perspective. Check it out. Your Inner Fish by Neil Shubin, or with Neil Shubin, fish paleontologist. I'll give you a link.
When I look at my fellow humans, I see ghosts of animals past. Glimpses of an epic story that's hidden inside us all. My name's Neil Shubin. As a scientist, I look at human bodies different from most people. The way we grip with our hands. We can thank our primate ancestors for that.
This is one of my very favorite science documentaries ever made.
Dates back to creatures the size of a shrew.
This is a little goofy, but
the stranger it gets.
They're just trying to capture your attention at the beginning of this. The whole thing is not as weird as that.
To reveal why we look the way we do, we'll travel through the distant reaches of our family tree and meet an unusual cast of characters. The ancestors that shaped your body. The family you never knew you had. From the Badlands of Ethiopia.
She's beautiful.
To the shores of Nova Scotia.
This is the spot.
We'll search for clues that lie buried in rock.
His eyes are like globes.
And he's like, I found it, I found it. And search for answers written in our DNA.
I think it gives us a glimpse into the brain of our ancestors. I mean, I find that mind-blowing.
Cool
the
stuff.
The adventure begins with a search for some of our most elusive relatives. Fish that crawled onto land hundreds of millions of years ago.
Yep.
From our necks and lungs to our limbs and hands, we owe a lot to these intrepid pioneers.
So if you really want to see why you're built the way you are, it's time to meet your inner fish.
There we go. So it's a 3-part series from PBS. I highly recommend this. You know, it doesn't deal with dinosaurs per se. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, so that's what I'm most passionate about. But this does a fantastic job of kind of showing why paleontology is important to a lay audience, or to somebody with a medical background like yourself there, Brood. So yeah, good stuff. Again, here's a link to that right there. Oh, and Claire Burr's already put that. Thank you, Claire. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. With that done, and with Thursday Birds Day now concluded for the week, I believe I owe everybody some ukulele songs. Then we'll wrap things up. Don't go away just yet, though. Yeah, we are going to check out some baby owls. We're going to raid into a channel with a camera inside of a nest box with a family of owls to celebrate Thursday Birds Day. Before we do that, I owe everybody some ukulele songs. We already got to our sub goal for the week. Exceeded our sub goal for the week. And so, without further ado, let's do some ukulele. I'm not a professional musician. So, oh, and there's the owls. Oh, holy cow, they're so cute. Oh, man, you're in for a treat after this chat. You are in for a treat. But yeah, ukulele is an instrument that I learned so that I could play it in the field. And also, it runs in my family, too. My grandfather was born on the island of Maui. And he and a lot of my aunts and uncles play ukulele. And I wanted to, like, kind of continue that on, you know, in the next generation here. So I've been teaching myself I need to start practicing some more. But I'll play you a couple of quick songs about science. Here we go. Yeah. For some of you, this will be the first time you've ever seen this, because it's been a while. I think I've done this, like, just once since I moved to the new place here. Yeah. Let's do some uke. Let's get her tuned up. Boy, a little flat. Three-quarters of the way there. Good enough. All right. Yeah. Yeah, as a warm-up song, let's do the Dinosaur March. This was my students' very favorite song back when I was teaching full-time a couple years ago. And I actually learned this song, never heard it before, but I heard it from the music teacher at the school. And I'm like, I like that, but I want to make some modifications to it. So let's see if you can pick out those parts that I modified. It goes like this. Many, many years ago, before the people came, the animals upon the earth, they did not look the same. They lived for 170 million years, but now they are no more. Except for birds, because we now recognize birds themselves are living dinosaurs. So strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went extinct. In fact, dinosaurs still outnumber mammal species at least 2-to-1. So if you wanted to make this argument, you could. We are still technically living in the age of dinosaurs, given that there are far more dinosaur species than there are those of mammals. But anyway. They were the dinosaurs. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. So that's the first verse and the chorus. But I figured we needed a second verse. So I wrote one myself. It goes like this. We can learn about these awesome beasts by studying their bones. Skeletons under the ground that partly turn to stone. We dig them up and we clean them and we raise them off the floor to build a dinosaur. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. There you go, the Dinosaur March. Apologies in advance, or I guess in advance for when that song gets stuck in your head, because it might. It's a good one. Let's do I'm a Paleontologist, and then we'll do the Galaxy song, and that'll be it. So, this next one is by a band called They Might Be Giants, and it's become something of an anthem on this channel. My students really like this one as well. It's a little bit more complicated. But let's do it. It goes, I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I seek, they're rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jaws, Brachiopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them, they're lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Could it be an herbivore, crushing plants with rounded teeth, or a ferocious carnivore who moves so quickly on its feet? It's like pieces of a puzzle that I'd love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who want to see them, they're lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. There you go. Man, a little out of practice here. Now, last one, let's do the Galaxy song. We were actually talking about this toward the beginning of today's stream, or maybe halfway through. I don't know. This is actually from a film called Monty Python and the Meaning of Life. It's not really a song about paleontology per se, but it is about a scientific mindset. It's about kind of seeing things in a different way, from a different perspective. And it's a wonderful song for anybody who might be a little bit down in the dumps today. Maybe you need a little bit of a change of perspective. And so to you, I will sing, just remember that you're standing on a planet that's evolving, revolving at 900 miles an hour. It's orbiting at 90 miles a second, so it's reckoned a sun that is the source of all our power. Now the sun and you and me and all the stars that we can see, they're moving at 1,000,000 miles a day in an outer spiral arm 13,000 light years wide of the galaxy we call the Milky Way. Now our galaxy itself contains 200 billion stars. It's 100,000 light years side to side. It bulges in the middle, 13,000 light years thick, but out by us it's just 3,000 light years wide. Now we're 30,000 light years from galactic central point. We go round every 200 million years. And our galaxy is only one of millions of billions in our amazing and expanding universe. Whoa, 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 Now the universe itself keeps on expanding and expanding, in all of the directions it can whiz. As fast as it can go, the speed of light, 12 million miles a minute, and that's the fastest speed there is. So remember when you're feeling very small and insecure, how amazingly unlikely is your birth. And pray that there's intelligent life somewhere up in space, 'cause it's hard to find down here on Earth. There you go, everybody. Thank you for watching today. Thank you for helping us blow our weekly sub goal out of the water. It's not even Friday yet. Holy cow. And with that said, let's wrap things up here. Let's start our credits. And let's get ready to go raid into Hoot House livestream and see some baby owls, newly hatched. And Afro Bandit Girl, you're back. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Good stuff. And thank you, Casey Snowart. That means a lot to me. It does. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the credits, including those lucky recipients of all of those gift subs. Holy cow. Yeah. To everyone who gifted those, and everyone who subscribed, everyone who cheered with bits, everyone who asked questions, everyone who moderated. Mods, thank you for making all of this possible. Everyone who rated and followed, and those lurkers too. Quiet but important. Raise our viewer numbers so more people find the channel. It's all important stuff. So thank you for making this a wonderful stream. And I hope you'll join us again tomorrow. We're going to discuss some fossil news. We actually have a brand new dinosaur to discuss. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. A friend of mine actually helped describe that. And I'm excited to talk about it. Until then, everybody, you all take care of yourselves, and let's go check out some owls, shall we? I'll see you there. Bye, everybody.